MLCA Human Rights Debate Competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I have the privilege of serving as your chair adjudicator for this match. And this match features two teams, Arden High School versus the Hampton School. I'm also accompanied by two other judges, two wing judges, and if they're able to, I'll invite them now to introduce themselves. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I have the...
All right. Good morning, everyone. I am Alan Carter, and I am one of the wing adjudicators, and I'm looking forward to the matches today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Matthew White, Jade Wellness Specialist, and I'm looking forward to adjudicating.
All right, thank you, Matthew. And let us get to meet our teams. And if Matthew, if you could just take, or Matthew or Alan, whichever one of you, you could just take the names of the teams. Beginning with Arden High School, I'll invite you now to introduce yourselves in the order in which you'll be speaking. So Arden will be our proposition team for this match.
Good day. This is first speaker, Levon Brown.
Does Levon Brown?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. This is David Hamilton, your second speaker for side opposition.
All right, thank you, David.
Good morning. This is Regina Ellis, third speaker for side proposition.
All right, good. Nice to meet you. All right, so that is it for Arden High School, and let us meet their interlocutors from the Hampton School.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kayla Scott, and I am the opposition leader.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Devonette Brown, and I am the second speaker.
Good morning, everyone. I am Najee Maxwell, and I am the third speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. And of course, for our viewing audience, welcome as well. The motion that is up for debate has to do with granting voting privileges to persons who are incarcerated. And so Arden will be defending that motion while the Hampton School will be standing in opposition to that motion. The rules of the contest, the fundamental rules relate to the speaker times. So the first speaker will speak for 7 minutes, the second speaker for 6 minutes, then we enter an exciting period of cross-questioning, followed by the concluding speech. We call those the reply speeches for 5 minutes each. Teams, debaters, are you ready? Are we ready, teams? Do you have any questions? I'm going to assume that we don't. So at this time, I call upon the first speaker from Arden High School to open this debate. Here. Speaking, of course, for 7 minutes. Also be reminded that I'm going to ask Matthew if you're able to keep the time. Matthew, is that possible?
Will do.
Okay, and so communicate the time signals via the chat. So when they've spoken for 1 minute and when they have 1 minute to go, you can do that by way of the chat. When they're out of time, indicate that as well via the chat. And when they must stop, that's 15 seconds additional to the allotted time, indicate that via the chat as well. All right, so with that said, we now invite the first proposition speaker representing Arden High School to begin. Here.
Good day, adjudicators, worthy opposition, and honored guests. This House stands in firm support of the movement. Prisoners should be allowed to vote in elections. Democracy at its core is the principle of governance by the people, for the people. It is a system where every vote, where every voice matters, and every citizen has the right to participate in the electoral process. The reason this House proposes to allow for prisoners to be allowed to vote is because it is a fundamental right of all citizens within this nation of Jamaica, as outlined in our Constitution under the Charter of Rights. When in the current state of affairs, prisoners, when incarcerated, are disenfranchised both from their freedom of movement and from their freedom to vote. This is something that we cannot allow because, as was shown in Pratt and Morgan, when you have prisoners who are sentenced to one thing, you cannot then take that sentence and stretch it even further to allow for them to not be able to vote, as you have already restricted their freedom of movement. Hence, you cannot take away their freedom to vote. This was also shown in a case from Canada named Swave and Canada Chief Electoral Officer, where it was shown that the judge had indicated that disallowing prisoners to vote actually undermines the democracy, as when you have prisoners who are citizens of the nation and they cannot vote, we cannot then call it a true democracy. Hence, that is why this House proposes the following model to allow for prisoners to vote. The prisoners would be able to vote in elections within the prisons. The ballots would then be sent to the Chief Electoral Office within the parish to be counted for the various constituencies within that parish. Hence why we'll be using the Electoral Office and also the correctional officers within the prison to allow for these votes. We'll be taking the two acts, the Representative People Act and also the Electoral Office Act, and we would then combine them in order to be able to stretch to allow for prisoners to be able to vote in our elections. This is not without precedent, as Canada allows for prisoners who meet certain criteria to be able to vote, and South Africa also allows for prisoners to be able to vote in both local elections and also general elections. And these are both two Commonwealth countries. This House would also propose that we will be adding additional rehabilitation services in order to allow for the reduction of the recidivism rate within our country. That meaning the amount of prisoners who, once they're out of prison, actually recommit an offense. This would be done especially to the use of correctional facilities, such as Richmond Farm, Adult Correctional Center within St. Catherine.
Point of information.
Point of information taken.
How would you be able to confirm the confidentiality of the vote?
We'd be using correctional officers and electoral officers. Electoral officers are already appointed underneath the Electoral Act of Jamaica, which governs our electoral office. Hence, we know that these people would already have the experience and the credentials to ensure that each vote is confidential. Thank you. So, as we're saying, prisoners would be able to sustain themselves, which would not only help in reducing the cost of our prisons, as many citizens complain about, as it is a cost to taxpayers, but it's a cost we believe is very much justified. We would also be able to help these prisoners learn how to be able to provide for themselves, so that once they have left the prison, they will not go back and recommit a crime because that is all they know. They shall have skills that are applicable to our country so that they can help to work, so that they can add to the value of this nation, not subtract from it. And if we are to say that we believe in rehabilitation for our prisoners, how then can we also say that they do not deserve the right to vote? If you have convicts that have left the prisons and are able to vote, or we have people that are in the prisons and are undergoing rehabilitation, unable to vote, that to me is ridiculous, as it is illogical to allow for one party to vote without the other. You are ostracizing the prisoners and you'll be harming rehabilitation, not helping it. And if we are able to help rehabilitation, it is actually believed that we can save around 50 million Jamaicans from the prison system, as there are around 3,500 prisoners, with the recidivism rate being around 42%, and it is estimated that 13,000 is spent monthly to house each prisoner. So if we can lower this rate by even 10%, we would save 50 million yearly. And last, giving prisoners the right to vote would also help in having them ensure that their voices are heard. And as we know, when people feel that their voices are heard, they are more motivated to participate within the nation, more motivated to participate within their local activities, and will also have less chance of turning towards deviancy as they feel that they're represented. As two of the biggest problems that lead to crime are poverty and people giving up on this nation. So if they can have an active part in helping with this nation, they would then be able to feel part of the system and want to add to it, not to subtract from it. And it is also important that we note, before people want to say that prisoners will be able to control elections, the amount of prisoners that are within Jamaica, according to the Jamaica Gleaner, is around 3,500. This cannot have a material effect on the elections themselves. However, they can have a material effect on ensuring that crimes are reduced, which would not only reduce the amount we have to spend on our prisons, but also reduce the amount we have to spend on the JCF, having the JDF intervene in the form of ZOZO, as declared by the government when in state of emergency.
Points of information.
Taken.
Would you agree that certain rights like voting should be linked to responsible behavior and adherence to social norms? If not, why?
I actually agree. However, What I also have to say is that we cannot necessarily say that we want to have these people become responsible citizens if you are not going to give them the chance to be responsible. As you cannot have responsibility if you have no responsibilities to yourself. It is a value that is taught, and it can only be taught by entrusting people to do that which is good. And it is also worthy to note that the selections that these prisoners have would not lead to irresponsibility, as the candidates that we have on the ballot are ones who the nation would have felt would be worthy of that position. Hence, the question I shall leave with this House is whether or not we want a democracy that claims to be a democracy or is truly a democracy. And in this matter, we must respond in the firm.
Are you ready for us now?
All right, one moment while the lead adjudicator rejoins us. Give us a moment. Jermaine, you ready?
Yes. Are you hearing me? Am I being heard?
Yes, you're being heard.
Okay, sorry, I had a technical glitch just now.
Figured as much.
Are you also seeing me?
Yes, you're being seen.
Okay, all right. So we're at the first speaker. Did that speaker conclude? First speaker from Ardis.
Yes, the first speaker had concluded.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much. All right. So with that, we now move to the first speaker from Team Opposition, the Hampton School. We make you now welcome. Here, here.
Okay. The government's policy is cumbersome and will strip away the democratic process. Mr. Speaker, members of this House, timekeepers, good morning. It has come to our attention that the opposition is blindsided and misguided. Ladies and gentlemen of the adjudicating panel, we stand here today because the government has fundamentally misinterpreted the very foundation of democracy and justice. Their case leans heavily on the idea of inclusivity, but what they fail to understand is that democracy is not merely an unchecked right, it is a balance of rights and responsibilities. By advocating for unrestricted voting access, even for those who have committed serious breaches of law, the government risks undermining public trust, eroding respect for victims, and compromising democratic integrity. In their eagerness to extend voting rights, they've overlooked the basic tenets that rights must come with accountability. Democracy thrives when there is respect for the rule of law and justice, not when we grant privileges to those who have violated both. Today, we'll demonstrate the real protection of democracy is found in responsible boundaries that uphold societal order and justice. Therefore, before the opposition can go any further, I'll be presenting arguments justifying the restriction of voting rights as necessary for accountability and justice. My second speaker will look at how restriction on voting serves the purpose of protecting social order and do not impede rehabilitation. My third speaker, the realized speaker, will summarize the opposition's case, reinforce key arguments, and refute any remaining government points. My first substantive and refutation of the Prime Minister's main idea will show why restriction is justifiable. The idea of inclusivity as the opposition, we are not going to let that sit in your mind for too long. The Prime Minister has argued that voting will aid in rehabilitation. This is not as crucial as they made it seem. My second speaker will further expound on that. While government argues that extending voting rights to all, including those with serious conviction, is a step towards greater democracy, they overlook the crucial importance of public trust and the integrity of the democratic process. A system that allows prisoners to participate in the shaping laws that they have disregarded risks undermining the very laws that protect society. Furthermore, studies from criminology and sociology suggest that certain restrictions on voting can contribute to more rehabilitative and accountable environment rather than infringing on democratic rights. These limits underscore the responsibility inherited in citizenship. Thus, the government's position, while well-intentioned, may inadvertently diminish the principle that rights come with responsibilities. How do we know this? The social contract dictates that by living in a community, we all agree to abide by certain rules to protect each other and uphold societal order. Consider the example of the United Kingdom, where prisoners denied lose their right to vote while serving their sentences, a policy supported by 60% of the United Kingdom's population. According to recent surveys on public attitudes towards penal policy, this measure is not solely punitive. It reinforces public trust in the justice system by showing that serious transitions have consequences. Furthermore, a 2022 study from the Center of Social Justice in the UK found that majority of citizens believe that restoring voting rights upon sentence completion strikes a fair balance between accountability and reintegration. According to the Brendan Center for Justice, over 70% of citizens in states with voting restrictions on convicted felons agree that these limitations uphold the social contract, which requires all citizens to respect laws before engaging in legislative decision making. Mr. Speaker, prisoners lose some rights like freedom of movement because of their actions. Voting is just one such right. Further, society functions on a balance of rights and responsibilities. Rights can be limited based on action, and voting is no different. My circumstance substantive is about restricting voting rights for prisoners, builds public trust and society order in Jamaica. The Jamaican public trust and society
Is the first speaker from Arden still on? I mean, not Arden. The Hampton School. Am I being heard? Hello.
I can hear you, Jermaine. I think that they're
having connectivity challenges. Or pause the time.
It's been paused.
Similarly, we argue that while voting is indeed a crucial right, its exercise may be restricted for individuals who have committed serious breaches of law. Just as freedom of movement is limited for those serving sentences, voting right may also be temporarily withheld to reflect a commitment to justice and accountability. This restriction is rooted not in a disregard for democratic principle, but in respect for societal integrity. United States assert that those who have caused severe harm to others must demonstrate accountability before rejoining society's decision-making process. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, what as so far, we stand firm in our position that voting rights for prisoners should be restricted in order to uphold democratic integrity, societal trust, and the principle of accountability. We deeply respect the importance of democratic rights. We believe that these rights come with responsibilities. We have shown that democracy is not weakened by setting reasonable boundaries around voting for those who have committed severe crimes. Rather, it is strengthened. For examples from countries like the United Kingdom and the United States demonstrate that responsible democracies recognize these restrictions, protect citizens, and remind all citizens of the consequences of disregarding societal law. And what is said, the opposition pauses.
All right, thank you very much. First, opposition speaker there representing the Hampton School, rather, the Hampton School. we now go back to the proposition team, Arden High School, to hear now from their second speaker. Here.
A pleasant morning, all. Today, I stand before you to argue for a cause that strikes at the very heart of democracy and justice, the right of prisoners to vote in elections. This issue is not just about the rights of a marginalized group. It is about the integrity of our democratic system and the principles of equality and rehabilitation that we hold dear. First and foremost, prisoners are humans and they're citizens before they are prisoners. And as such, they should be treated that way. The right to vote is a fundamental human right. It is enshrined in numerous international human rights instruments, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. Denying prisoners the right to vote is a violation of these fundamental principles. It sends a message that certain individuals, by virtue of their incarceration, are less deserving of basic human rights. This is a dangerous precedent that undermines the very foundation of our democratic society. Moreover, the disenfranchisement of prisoners disproportionately affects marginalized communities. In many countries, including our own, the prison population is disproportionately composed of individuals from minority and economically disadvantaged backgrounds. By stripping these individuals of their voting rights, we are further entrenching systematic inequalities and perpetuating a cycle of disenfranchisement and marginalization. By upholding the discriminatory stance being purported by accepted.
How does extending voting rights to prisoners benefit society beyond the symbolic act of inclusion?
It would be representative of a true democratic system which we uphold in Jamaica. We have a system of dualism. And I mean, the candidates should be of such anyway, where if they vote for either candidate according to the proposed Constitutional Reform Act, that candidates will have to be of a certain standard. So a prisoner voting in an election wouldn't be of any detriment. It would just be including a certain aspect of society. And in addition to inclusion, it would be able to tackle our low voter turnout, which we've had for the past 2 elections, a record low of voter turnouts. If we want to address this issue, we have to find creative measures because the average Jamaican citizen is not going to go out of their way to vote for a government that is not truly representative of a democracy and equality within the entire status quo. Continuing. By stripping these individuals of their voting rights, we're further entrenching systematic inequalities and perpetuating a cycle of disenfranchisement and marginalization. This is not only unjust, but also counterproductive to the goals of rehabilitation and reintegration into society. I am not sure if the opposition is aware of the fact, but many prisoners, after they have completed their sentences, struggle with reintegrating within society. And this would be a method of allowing them not to feel so far removed from society during their sentencing to allow them to reintegrate with society a bit easier. Allowing prisoners to vote would create a more representative democracy and ensure that policies affecting marginalized communities are shaped by the entire society, not just the privileged. Now to the point of rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is a cornerstone of our criminal justice system. The purpose of incarceration is not merely to punish, but to rehabilitate and reintegrate individuals into society. Allowing prisoners to vote is a crucial part of this process as it fosters a sense of civic pride, civic responsibility, and engagement, which are essential for successful reintegration. When prisoners are given the opportunity to participate in the democratic process, they are more likely to feel connected to society and motivated to contribute positively upon their release. Furthermore, the exclusion of prisoners from the electoral process undermines the legitimacy of our democracy. A democracy is only as strong as its inclusivity. When we exclude a significant portion of our population from participating in elections, we're weakening the very fabric of our democratic system and the very fabric of our government. Do we want to further compound our already dying democracy? I think not. Yes.
If representation is the goal, wouldn't resources be better spent on proven methods like job training and mental health support rather than on symbolic voting rights?
I would disagree because according to the statistics that were provided by my first speaker, we spend far more money on keeping people in prison and repeat offenders than what we would rather if we were to have elections for these citizens. And why are we considering that a human right is much less significant than money? This is the very fabric of our society. This is what allows us to thrive as a society. Continuing, every citizen, regardless of their circumstances, should have a voice in the decisions that affect their lives. By allowing prisoners to vote, we're upholding the principles of fair justice and we're contributing to the bedrock of our democracy. My opponents may argue that prisoners have forfeited their right to vote by committing crimes. However, this argument fails to recognize the complexity of the criminal justice system and the diverse reasons why individuals may find themselves incarcerated. Many prisoners are serving sentences for non-violent offenses or are awaiting trial and have not been convicted of any crime. Why are innocent people being ostracized? It is unjust to paint all prisoners with the same broad brush and deny them their fundamental rights based on a simplistic and punitive view of justice. In conclusion, the right to vote rather, is a fundamental human right that should not be denied to prisoners. Disenfranchising prisoners undermines the principles of equality, justice, and rehabilitation that are essential to our democratic society. By allowing prisoners to vote, we are not only upholding their human rights, but also strengthening the legitimacy and inclusivity of our democracy. Let us stand together in support of this important cause and ensure that every citizen, regardless of their circumstances, has a voice in our democratic process. And to add to that point, isolating prisoners won't promote responsible behavior, as the first opposition speaker has alluded to. It will only continue to ostracize prisoners and continue to contribute to the growing rate of repeat offenders in our society. As an excluded people or a rebellious people, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Second proposition speaker there from the Arden High School rather. I now call upon the second opposition speaker representing the Hampton School to present her case. Hear, hear. And of course, you'll be speaking for 6 minutes or thereabout.
On the point on symbolism alone does not address the primary factors that lead to successful reintegration, such as employment, education, and mental health support. Effective reintegration requires targeted practical rehabilitation programs. While voting might provide a sense of connection, it does not directly equip prisoners with the skills and resources needed for a successful transition into society. Adjudicators and members of this House, today I stand against the motion. This House would allow prisoners to vote in national elections. Before I begin my substantive, permit me as I rebuild the foundation laid by our first speaker, who emphasized that justice and accountability are central pillars of democratic society. While democracy indeed values inclusivity, it must also uphold the principles of responsibility and the rule of law. Our justice system therefore has a dual role, not only to punish but to uphold the societal values that allow communities to function in harmony. This means that certain rights, including the right to vote, must be balanced with accountability, particularly for those who have breached the social contract. Mr. Speaker, this restriction maintains public trust by reinforcing that democratic rights come with a duty to uphold societal values and that individuals who have violated these values have faced fair consequences. This is essential for democratic legitimacy as it prevents individuals from undermining the system they once violated, reinforcing the rule of law as foundational to justice. Now into my substantive, not allowing prisoners voting national election is important for maintaining a safe and fair democratic environment that is free from undue influence. Mr. Speaker, in any democracy, safeguarding the integrity and fairness of electoral process is paramount. Beyond the need for punishment, restricting voting rights serves a broader societal purpose by preserving electoral integrity and trust in democratic processes. Voting is a means for law-abiding citizens to shape laws and policies. If voting rights are extended to those who have broken the social contract, it risks diluting the voice of compliant citizens and compromising the fairness of democratic structure. Additionally, prisoners might be vulnerable to coercion, whether from criminal networks or external entities seeking influence, thus risking the democratic stability. One significant risk is the slippery slope of undue influence within prison populations, where voting could be susceptible to manipulation by special interest groups or even criminal networks. Given the controlled and often isolated nature of prison environments, prisoners could be especially vulnerable to influence or pressure from within. With limited oversight on how their votes are casted or influenced, this concern is not unfounded. Studies in various democracies reveal that prisoner voting has led to organized groups exploiting incarcerated populations to influence electoral outcomes, which poses a real threat to electoral independence and fairness. For instance, in certain European nations, concerns about block voting and coercive practices have cast doubts on legitimacy of elections. Ensuring that voting process remains insulated from such risks serves as societal benefits beyond punishment. It is a safeguard for democratic stability denied, protecting this system from interests that may not align with broader societal welfare. Granting the vote to prisoners poses significant risk to both public safety and the integrity of democratic institutions by introducing variables that make electoral process susceptible to undue influence and manipulation. Prisoner voting can compromise the impartiality that underpins a fair and free election. Thus, restricting prisoner voting is not only a matter of accountability, but also a necessary safeguard to protect our democratic environment from the vulnerabilities introduced by allowing incarcerated individuals to participate in elections denied. Maintaining restrictions on prisoner voting therefore upholds both public safety and the foundational principle of fair, unbiased, and secure democratic process. To my next substantive point of information accepted.
I second speaker rule of law. But in the same system which formed the very premise of the argument, which is the US, you're promoting the US, right? A convicted felon, Donald Trump, had won the presidential election last week. So I'm not understanding. Are you saying that he is above the law? But
the opposition strongly opposes the motion as it does not aid the rehabilitation of prisoners. Though some argue that voting fosters civic responsibility and can aid rehabilitation, we must critically assess whether voting truly addresses the core issues that lead to criminal behavior. Rehabilitation requires active engagement with skills training, therapy, and education factors that directly influence one's ability to reintegrate. Voting, while a symbol of civic participation, does not equip inmates with the necessary life skills or address factors like substance abuse or lack of education that often contribute to recidivism. Evidence suggests that the social stability we aim to create is better served by prioritizing direct rehabilitative efforts over civic rights. These are hands-on rehabilitation programs and passive civic participation that successfully reintegrate individuals into society. They have measurable positive impacts on reducing recidivism, as shown by the RAND Corporation study, which found the inmates who participated in education and vocational training programs are 43% less likely to reoffend after release compared to those who do not participate. The study also found that every dollar invested in prison education saves around $4 to $5 and future incarceration costs due to lower recidivism rates. These findings suggest that education and skill trainings are impactful tools for reducing reoffending and supporting successful reintegration. Mr. Speaker, allowing prisoners to vote without addressing underlying behavioral issues is unlikely to equip them for successful reentry. Therefore, focusing on evidence-based rehabilitation rather than on voting rights is a more responsible and effective strategy for reintegration. Linking this back to the motion, While the intent behind offering voting rights as a rehabilitative tool is positive, the evidence points to other programs as more effective in reducing recidivism and facilitating successful re-entry. Society and inmates alike are better served by focusing resources on evidence-based rehabilitation methods than deliver lasting impactful results. In this debate, I argue that restricting voting rights for prisoners is essential for upholding justice, accountability, and the integrity of our democratic society. While democracy values inclusivity, it also requires that civic privileges are tied to responsible citizenship. By limiting voting rights, we enforce that right come with responsibilities, and those who violate laws must face consequences that reflect their breach of public trust. The restriction serves more than a punitive function. It protects democratic stability by ensuring that those who shape our laws are committed to upholding them. Moreover, evidence-based rehabilitation programs such as job training and with that the opposition pauses.
All right, that is it. That is your time, speaker. And so it's now time for us to get into the exciting, I almost said buzzer section, but no, cross-questioning section. In this segment, we will be inviting team Hampton School opposition to ask a series of questions to team Arden High School proposition for 5 minutes. Each question is limited to 20 seconds and each response limited to 45 seconds. With that said, and with 5 minutes on the clock, I now invite the first question from the Hampton School.
Do you believe that certain rights, such as responsibilities, attach to them? If so, why should voting rights not be restricted for individuals who have committed serious crimes?
The basis of the argument of side proposition addresses the true function of a democracy, right? And it was mentioned by your first speaker that not allowing them to vote would somehow protect democratic justice, but to me that's contradictory, as that isn't the true purpose of a democracy. So in my humble opinion, a true democracy is one of justice, one of equality, one of fairness. And if we want the prisoners to be rehabilitated, why exclude them from the decision that affects their own lives? That is our stance as side proposition on that matter.
Okay. What would you say to the argument that civic privileges like voting should reflect responsible citizenship and the privilege should be temporarily revoked when social norms are broken?
All right, thank you for that question. All right, so according to the constitutional reform, the proposed Constitutional Reform Act of Jamaica, rather, that was released in May of this year, it suggests that the quality of candidates that are to be elected should be of such that whether the candidate from either party, either political party were to be nominated, that the decisions that they would make would be sound, would be decisions of integrity, and would be decisions that will progress Jamaica in the direction that we need to go. So I believe with those measures being in place, which we had mentioned earlier in our second proposition speech, I believe if we have those measures in place, then it shouldn't be a problem as to whether or not the quality of the voter, but the quality of the candidate. That's what we believe as side proposition. Thank you.
What measures would you propose to ensure that prisoner votes are cast independently and are free from any pressure or corruption with the prison environment?
All right. I thank you for that question. The measures that we propose would be having the establishment of the electoral officers that should be to come into the prisons, as these electoral officers are already trained in ensuring that coercion, for example, cannot take place. And if we're able to have a prison, prisons in general are places where there's limited contact, especially in Jamaica, as we do not allow that great of visitation. Correctional officers as well are also trained to ensure that prisoners cannot be tampered with. Hence, it is immaterial for us to say that there is coercion? And how then can you also assume that coercion would take place so as to chop the rights of these prisoners as would have been handed to them in our constitution? Would that not affect the democracy more than if we were to say that they would be coerced to take away their rights unjustly?
Yes, Hampton, you can ask another question.
Okay, why do you believe voting would be a more effective tool for rehabilitation than structured programs like job training, mental health counseling, and education?
Okay, side proposition has not asserted, we have not asserted from the start, nor have asserted at any point in this debate that allowing prisoners to vote is the only measure. It was mentioned in the first opposition speech that would be using correctional centers such as Richmond Farm to be able to help educate these prisoners and have to teach them skills so that they're able to work once they have been released. As was indicated previously, the biggest reason lots of people commit crimes is poverty. So if we can train these people, we believe they will not recommit it. However, we also believe that allowing these prisoners to be able to vote would help them not to feel ostracized from this. So it would only help to add towards this prisoners' rehabilitation, not take away. And we do not believe it is immaterial, as has been putting by side opposition, as when people help to form these things, they feel they are properly represented. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for those responses. Thanks as well to Hampton, the Hampton School, for the questions. It is now Arden's time to ask questions within 5 minutes of Team Hampton School. We have placed 5 minutes on the clock. You may begin, Arden High School.
Good morning. How does the United Kingdom apply to our opinions on prisoners being allowed to vote if we have a dualist constitution, custom, and conventional system?
Can you please repeat?
Your second speaker stated that the United Kingdom did not allow prisoners to vote because of specific reasons using statistics. And I'm asking how the United Kingdom example applies to us Jamaicans if we have a dualist constitutional system.
Opinion on it.
Okay, so what we were trying to point towards or show is that the correlationship between prisoner voting and the opinion of the public, the society, how it would affect the society, because prisoner voting can and would affect our society.
Coercion was indicated by the second speaker. However, I have to ask, there was no substantiation of that point. And secondly, would we not say it is the government's responsibility to ensure that the elections are able to be fair by protecting the prisoners, instead of saying that we should ostracize these prisoners by removing their right to vote?
Justice includes consequences for action that harm others and society. While individuals are incarcerated, they are temporarily removed from active participation in shaping laws until they complete their sentence and reintegrate. This restriction is temporarily, and upon release, they regain their full civic rights, including the ability to advocate for reforms. So while in the prison system, coercion can take place, and the prison system is also very small, and there are vulnerable prisoners there. And everywhere you go, you have people that are bullies, and they could convince other prisoners to vote for a party or a specific leader.
Okay. Vote tampering is very common in Jamaica. In a space such as a prison, prisoners are confined within that space, and it would be the system of elections would be monitored by EOJ officers and by correctional officers. So how then, from side opposition's perspective, is prisoners voting more dangerous than in average society, where gang members and and gunmans and gang leaders are able, and even politicians themselves are able to influence the vote of the average citizen.
We are not referring to the young mans or the bad mans in the society. We are referring to convicted criminals. And in every system, prisoners. And in every system, there are loopholes. There are ways that they can go through with it. Out in the society, when you go to the polling station to vote, it's a lot more protected. Even though you would say, oh, we have the electoral, the people, the officers in the prison, there are still loopholes as to where the votes are not protected. And it would be.
And in addition to that, we are also saying
Thank
that.
you, Hampton. We'll take the next question from Arden.
All right. So I would like to make a correction to what Hampton had just said. What we had mentioned earlier is that
David, you can't do that. You must just ask the question. If you want to correct something, you can do that in your reply.
All right. So moving on to our next question. The first speaker of side opposition had rendered it irrelevant to focus on rehabilitation. But then the second and third speaker went on to speak about better measures to rehabilitate. How does that tie in, and how does that address unproductive individuals after they've left prison?
All of it? While the idea is noble, research shows that active in evidence-based rehabilitation programs like education, job training, and counseling are significantly more effective in reducing recidivism. Voting alone does not address the underlying issue of criminal behavior or prepare prisoners for reintegration, making it less effective as a rehabilitative tool.
Are we still on?
Yes, we're moving now into the rebuttal section.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the cross-question section. And with that, we are going to pause for 1 minute to allow the debaters to refresh themselves mentally and otherwise. After which, we will resume with the reply segment. The reply segment will begin with the reply speech, rather, from Team Opposition, that's Team Hampton School, and it will conclude with the presentation, similarly for 5 minutes, from the Arden School, or Arden School. With 1 minute on the clock, we now pause.
That's 1 minute.
All right, thank you very much, Matthew. And I think the teams are ready for the reply speeches. So this time we call upon the reply speaker from Team Opposition. Again, the opposition team is represented by the Hampton School. And your reply speech is for 5 minutes.
Judges, timekeeper, members of the opposing and proposing sides, good morning. We gathered here today to argue the motion, this House would allow prisoners to vote in national elections. I am the third speaker. I will summarize this debate through clashes and through said clashes state why team opposition has won the varying clashes. Justice consists of not only being neutral between right and wrong, but finding out the right and upholding it wherever found against the wrong. By Theodore Roosevelt. This quote highlights our core belief. Justice means upholding the moral and legal standards that ensure society's well-being. Even if it requires restricting certain freedoms, the opposition stands firm that while rehabilitation is priority, accountability and societal safety must not be compromised by allowing convicted criminals to vote. The first and most prominent clash brought before this House is violation of responsibilities causes a restriction of your rights versus rights of a citizen. This was evident throughout the entire debate. As citizens of a nation, we are automatically part of a social contract containing our responsibilities, and if convicted, will be punished by law, by a fine or prison sentence, etc. Prison sentence specifically restricts some of your rights for a certain period of time, including the right of free movement and voting, which is the center point of this debate. The government brought forth their comparably weaker clash of rights of a citizen. The government insists that voting is a basic right. However, rights can and are often limited under specific conditions. Examples, when individuals violate laws that harm others. Society already accepts similar limitations like freedom of restrictions for the public. This motion, therefore, is not an issue of denying human rights, but one of maintaining justice for actions that deeply harm communities. Voting is a powerful tool that shapes the future for society, and allowing those that violated societal rules to influence its direction risk diluting the democratic process. Our stance is rooted in protecting democracy from any potential manipulation, especially from individuals who may not yet demonstrate a commitment to societal norms. The opposition world is one where democracy remains safeguarded, intact, and guided by those who respect and contribute to society's norms. In addition to that, in the prison system, due to the isolation, prisoners are more easily coerced to vote for a specific party. As we know, often Jamaica's democracy is run on a party voting system. Government has proposed that voting aids in rehabilitation, yet there is no clear evidence to support this claim. Effective rehabilitation from structured programs like education, vocational training, and mental health support. During the cross-sectioning, it was said that oftentimes prisoners become prisoners through violence due to poverty, that stems from poverty, which directly address recidivism and skill building. Voting, on the other hand, is largely symbolic and offers no practical or measurable impact on rehabilitation. Thus, the opposition supports a world where resources are dedicated to effective methods that provide real support and opportunities for prisoners. The opposition has presented strong evidence-based support showing that education and job training programs are proven methods to reduce recidivism. By focusing on these practical supportive solutions, we advocate for meaningful rehabilitative processes rather than a symbolic gesture that voting represents. Education prepares prisoners for life beyond reincarceration in ways voting cannot, addressing the root of criminal behavior and equipping them for reintegration. Have we shown that voting restrictions reflect justice and public safety needs? The opposition has demonstrated that restricting the right to vote for prisoners aligns with the principles of justice and public safety. By setting clear boundaries, society upholds the idea and that actions have consequences, especially to those who breach public trust and safety. In conclusion, the opposition believes that the justice system's primary role is to hold individuals accountable while safeguarding public safety and upholding the integrity of democracy. Allowing prisoners to vote undermines these values, compromising of both justice and public trust. By rejecting this motion, we maintain a balance that prioritizes real rehabilitation, public safety, and democratic values that define a fair society. And on that, the opposition closes.
Thank you very much, Opposition Reply Speaker. And we now call upon the proposition, that the Reply Speaker from Team Arden High School, to conclude this debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and fellow debaters, today I stand before you to advocate for the proposition that prisoners should be allowed to vote. Firstly, it is important to note that not all prisoners are convicted. Some are awaiting sentences. Our opposition has been focused on convicted criminals within the prison system. However, the prison population is not limited to just that. The first clash. Speaker of side opposition had first stated that rehabilitation was unnecessary, but then went on to agree with side government that rehabilitation and justice are both necessary to a democracy within society. Clash 2, symbolism versus functionality. Voting isn't merely symbolic, it is a crucial part to the functioning of any democracy. As it relates to skill building, the Richmond Adult Correctional Center was mentioned as a skill-based institution. One of the most compelling arguments in favor of this position is the need for consistency with international standards that recognize voting as a universal right. Across the globe, several progressive nations, including Norway and South Africa, have taken the bold step of allowing prisoners to participate in the electoral process. These countries exemplify a commitment to human rights and democratic values, recognizing that the right to vote is not merely a privilege reserved for the law-abiding, but a fundamental human right that should be afforded to all individuals, regardless of their circumstances. By enabling prisoners to vote, we align ourselves with these international standards, reinforcing our commitment to a human rights-based approach to justice. This approach emphasizes the dignity and worth of every individual, acknowledging that even those who have made mistakes and are serving time in prison are still members of our society. They are still affected by laws and policies that govern us, and their voices deserve to be heard. Allowing prisoners to vote is not just about granting a right. It is about recognizing their humanity. It sends a powerful message that we believe in rehabilitation and reintegration rather than mere punishment. When we allow prisoners to participate in the democratic process, we empower them to take responsibility for their actions and engage within society they will eventually rejoin. Moreover, aligning with international standards enhances our credibility on the global stage. It demonstrates that we are committed to upholding the principles of democracy and human rights, setting an example for other nations to follow. In a world where many still struggle for basic rights, we must not turn our backs on those who are incarcerated. Instead, we should lead by example, showing that we value every voice and every vote. As it relates to the point of voting, we have never once said that it is voting alone that would aid rehabilitation. Instead, we have stated that voting, along with other measures that the opposition would have highlighted or stated, would be material to a prisoner's rehabilitation. Those examples that the opposition stated were, yes, they are good and we must acknowledge their credibility. However, I believe that actually giving prisoners a right to vote allows them to dictate or decide the rights of themselves as human beings after they have been released and they begin their process of rehabilitation. In conclusion, allowing prisoners to vote is not just a matter of policy. It is a reflection of our values as a society. By embracing this progressive stance, we affirm our commitment to human rights and the dignity of all individuals. Let us stand together in support of a more inclusive democracy, one that recognizes the rights of every citizen, regardless of their past and by extension, their present. I rest my case.
Thank you very much for that speech, and thanks to all our debaters in this match. And this time, we as adjudicators, we will leave to deliberate and we will return shortly with the announcement of the results and the explanation for same. Matthew, are you able to create a breakout room?
Oh no, I couldn't. Let me see if I have one of the co-hosts in this room. But there's an option to join a breakout room.
Okay.
Let's just
Let
join
us.
room 2.
Okay, very well.
subject to any parliamentary oversight, then internally we are notified that the order is sent to the minister for signature. And we are to then
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Are you hearing me? Hello.
Hello, good morning.
We are hearing
All
you.
right, good. All right, thank you so very much. All right, so we're back, we've deliberated, and we've come to a decision. The decision reflects the winning team ending with 280 points, which is quite strong, to the second place team's 272 points. Let us discuss a little bit about what mattered significantly for us as adjudicators in this match. So we get a bit of justification from Arden High School team proposition that the democracy is important and that the deprivation of the right to vote by persons who are incarcerated is undemocratic. It weakens the democracy. It also additionally does not aid in the rehabilitation of prisoners. And of course, one of the problems that they're also trying to fix is this matter of low voter turnout. And that was consistently the narrative from Arden throughout their case. I mean, they also had other ideas, but those were the principal ones from them. From the Hampton School, we get this characterization that a prisoner having violated what they term as being the social contract theory that justifies the punishment or the deprivation of their access to engaging in the electoral process. They say to us that additionally, that this deprivation is justified by the fact that these criminals are not merely violators, but they go into it and explain to us that the violations that they've created make them persons who would effectively be corrupting or harming the process by virtue of contributing their votes to the overall process. There was a tension between both teams about whether the safety or the risk for manipulation or coercion within the prison system. We think that Arden does a fair job of explaining to us that that risk is minimized in as much as they're going to be relying on the personnel who work in the prisons to safeguard prisoners from coercion and so forth. We know for a fact that that is not a perfect system, but neither is the system outside of prisoners, outside of the prison system. And Arden does tell us that we get manipulation elsewhere by virtue of dons and politicians themselves contributing to coercion, and so coercion isn't eliminated outside of the prison, but it is likely to be minimized somewhat to some extent within the prison system. We think that Hampton could have benefited a little bit more from some more robust challenge on this point, in as much as, for example, and this is an example. Explain to us the structure of the prison systems within Jamaica. Explain to us that it is not reasonable to expect that there's going to be sufficient resolution to that risk of manipulation within the Jamaican prison system. Explain to us a little bit about how prisons work, and that there's a concentration of violent persons or persons who are possibly immoral, and this is going to be creating a greater sense of manipulation that is not able to be resolved by the mechanisms of Arden. So in the absence of that kind of fulsome response, again, we give that point to Arden High School. We go back to the point about the social contract theory and so forth. We think that Hampton School does a very compelling job, fairly compelling job, I should say, at articulating that this right is justifiably denied of prisoners in as much as they have violated, they have contradicted, if you will, the social contract, the laws of the society. They've broken them, and that it is a temporary deprivation of this right. Pushing back as well against Arden's idea that it's a part of the rehabilitative process. They say to us that it is not really that effective at rehabilitation. So there seems to be some concession that some rehabilitation takes place through allowing prisoners to vote, but they say that that benefit is negated by the huge harms that they contend would happen were it to be allowed. And they say that in any event, there are alternative mechanisms for rehabilitating prisoners, such as, for example, skills training and so forth. We didn't get the response from Arden to say, well, this is not mutually exclusive to what they want to do. So we have to buy Hampton's world, which says to us that yes, there are better approach. This approach does not in any way make it worthwhile, given the harms that they posit would exist. Okay, and so we also very much like the kind of philosophical connotation behind, particularly behind, well, actually by both teams actually. Very, very rich philosophy, very rich theoretical information, grounded as well in some pragmatics, like how it is that it works elsewhere. We hear about Donald Trump, we hear about how it works in the United States and other jurisdictions, certainly from Arden, and that was to your commendation. What turned this debate for us are questions surrounding whether or not this is going to have a meaningful impact on the rehabilitation of prisoners, whether or not we're going to effectively resolve matters concerning low voter turnout and so forth. Given the fact that Hampton tells us that the prison population is pretty small, and we suspect, although they didn't tell us, but we know from a reasonably read perspective as we are as adjudicators, that not all prisoners would vote anyway. So we don't know that this makes a material impact on voter turnout. We also think that there are significant risks regarding the safety of prisoners, regarding the integrity of the electoral process. And we also think that although that is mediated somewhat by the mechanism put forward by Arden, we don't know that there is sufficient solvency to push against that. I want you to understand, though, teams, that this idea, as I said before, could have been made far stronger for Hampton had Hampton pushed a characterization of the prison system rather, to convince us as the adjudicators that, hey, this is not likely to happen to any real and meaningful effect, safeguarding prisoners from coercion by possibly other prisoners and so forth. And so with those thoughts in mind, ladies and gentlemen, to remind you again of the scores, 280 to 272 points. The winner of the MLCA Human Rights Debate Competition, this round's winner, this match's winner, is the team from St. Elizabeth Hampton School. Congratulations, Hampton School, and very well tried to the team here in St. Andrew. Well, I'm in St. Andrew, so I say here in St. Andrew, Arden High School. Um,
Thank you for that adjudication, Mr. Barrett.
you are welcome. You are welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Now, let us also highlight the fact that I'm sure Arden is disappointed, and that is reasonable. Arden, keep hopeful. I think there's a wild card at this round, and that wild card may very well be you. But I'm not making any commitment given the fact that we have other matches to adjudicate. The wild card will be assigned to the team that has lost with the highest points overall. All right. Thank you very much. All the best. Yes.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, the judges are back. We have the results. Oh, hi, this is the main room. That's wonderful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it seems we have concluded the first tranche of matches in round 1, day 2. Next up, we have 4 more teams who will be contending to join the other teams in round 2, and those are Mount Alvernia High School and Ocho Rios High School, as well as Wilmer's Boys School and Titchfield High School. Do we have do we have Mount Alvernia High and Ocho Rios High with us? Mount Alvernia and Ocho Rios High, are you in the call with us? Audio test confirming that I'm being heard loud and clearly.
Sir, Ocho Rios High School is present.
Wonderful. So Ocho Rios High School is here. I'm not seeing your opponents, Mount Alvernia High. I'll give them a shout. How about Wilmer's Boys School and Titchfield High School?
Wilmer's Boys School is present. We're here. Yeah, we're
Wonderful. And Titchfield?
Titchfield is present as well.
Okay, wonderful. Well, we have an entire match ready. And so we're going to get right on the way with that particular match. So we will have that match being live on stream, Wilmer's Boys School and Titchfield High School. And the panel for this round will see Jermaine Barrett cheering out again on the live stream. The camera loves you, Jermaine. And you will be joined by, you'll be joined by Joshua and Alan Carter.
I believe that match was changed.
Sorry, you're a little bit low if you're speaking.
Hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
Saying that match was.
Alan, I'm not hearing you. Perhaps you can shoot a message in the chat. All right, so Wilmer's and Titchfield, cameras on. Again, the panel for this match is going to be Jermaine Barrett, Joshua Atkins, and Alan Carter. That means that in the other room, the breakout room, which will be recorded, we will have I see. Okay. So in the other room, we will have Mount Alvernia High School versus Ocho Rios High School.
Ravon, are you hearing me?
Yeah, man.
Are you hearing background noise? There's some vacuuming going on.
No, I'm not hearing you. Everything sounds good.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah, man. So confirming again that the panel for this round between Wilmer's Boys School and Titchfield High School, a slight alteration to your panel. The remaining is going to be you, Joshua Atkins, and Jordana Denton.
Okay.
And of course, in the other room will be Roshana Jarrett. Hi, Roshana. Good morning.
Hey, Ravon. Morning.
Morning, Roshana. You will be with Matthew White and Alan Carter. And that match is between Mount Alvernia High School and Ocho Rios High School, right?
And that's in room what?
Room, I'm going to move you to that room. So okay, Ocho Rios High, prepared to be moved. And Roshana, I will move you as well, along with your panel of Matthew and Alan.
Ravon, I sent you a WhatsApp message, all right?
Indeed, Jermaine. It has been solved. It has been done.
Okay.
Right. So we have Roshana, Allen, and Jordana Denton. Right. All right, Jermaine, the floor is yours while I go and source the team Mount Alvernia.
Could you just announce the motion, please?
Absolutely, Jermaine. So the motion for this round between Wilmers Boys School and Titchfield High School reads, this house believes that internet access should be a fundamental human right. This house believes that internet access should be a fundamental human right.
And am I in frame, camera?
Indeed, Jermaine, you are.
Okay. So count me down, please.
All right. We're actually live streaming, so you're ready to go in 3, 2, 1. The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this first round match in the MLCA, that's the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs Human Rights Debate Competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I'll be the chair adjudicator for this match. This match features two teams, one of them being Wilmers Boys School, the other, of course, Titchfield High School. Of course, I'm also joined by two decorated wing adjudicators, and I'll invite them at this time to introduce themselves.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I serve as the deputy division. I'm looking forward to an exciting match.
We weren't hearing clearly Joshua just now, but his name is Joshua Atkins. He is the deputy program manager for Jade within the secondary division, and he's one of our wing adjudicators. Would the second wing adjudicator introduce themselves? Okay, so I'm advised that Jordana will be with us shortly. All right, so with that said, I'm going to ask if Joshua could just take the names of the team, of the debaters on each team. So we have Wilmers Boys School on proposition, and in opposition we have Titchfield High School. Wilmers Boys,
send it in the chat?
Yeah, could you just drop your names in the order in which you'll be presenting in the chat? And Titchfield, you can do the same as well, in the order in which you'll be presenting. While we await those names, so just to remind our viewing audience, and by the way, welcome to inform our viewing audience of the time signals and the time allocation per speaker. So the first speaker gets 7 minutes, the second speaker 6 minutes. We'll enter then a period of cross-questioning between both teams, and then we will conclude with the reply speaker from the opposition team first, followed by that from the proposition team. The first 4 speeches have what are called protected time. So the first minute and last minute of each of those speeches will be protected from points of information. After the first minute and before the last minute of the speeches, points of information are allowed. In fact, they are encouraged. Yes. All right. So with that said, let us get our debate started, assuming everyone is ready. Wilmers Boys School, Titchfield, are you both ready? Do you have any questions? Again, are there any questions from Wilmers Boys School or Titchfield High School? Okay.
No, sir.
No questions? All right, very well. So let's get this debate started. At
Good
this time.
afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Titchfield High School is currently having technology issues.
Okay, so
for
all
all
right.
And our members kicked off the meeting.
Okay, so we'll wait a while and just alert me as to when you're all on and ready to begin.
And just that they send their names in the order in which they speak in the chat as well.
I've heard a little bit from Joshua just now. Your audience for Joshua, but I think you were asking to send their names in the chat.
Is this better?
Yes, this is much better.
Okay, so I'm saying, and that they send their names in the order in which they speak in the chat.
I'm going to step away for a brief moment.
Hey, Jermaine.
Okay, check in again. Is Titchfield with us? Titchfield?
Good morning. Tichio has decided to operate on the from one device, so we are currently ready.
Okay, very well. 1 second. All right, am I being heard?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm being heard. Am I being seen?
Yes, sir, we're seeing you.
All right. And we are ready. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the first speaker from team Wilma's Boys School to open the debate. Hear, hear. Wilma's Boys School?
Are you guys hearing
Yes,
properly?
hearing you now.
So begin with my speech?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, esteemed judges, worthy opponents, and fellow debaters, we stand firmly in favor of the proposition that internet access should be a fundamental human right. So first, let's start off by defining the key terms of the moot. By internet access, we refer to affordable and meaningful connectivity that allows individuals to both receive and impart information online. The second term is fundamental human right, which signifies a universal entitlement inherent to all individuals regardless of their background, essential for a life of dignity and participation in modern society. And of course, this right, like many others, comes with its responsibilities, including respecting the rights and freedoms of others online. Our burden in this debate as the proposition is to demonstrate why internet access should be classified as a fundamental human right and how this recognition can be implemented practically and beneficially. This involves showing that internet access is essential not merely for convenience, but as a requisite for exercising other fundamental rights and achieving personal and collective advancement. The implications of accepting this burden are profound, as it would necessitate policy shifts and investment to ensure universal access, enhancing global justice and that we as the government intend to implement to a sufficient and stable internet connection. Firstly, the government along with private and public entities would work together to establish internet centers across the island. This would include promoting establishments such as libraries and areas for internet access, providing them with infrastructure to further stabilize internet connectivity, and the long term, provided there is a surplus in the economy, building tech centers dedicated to aiding individuals with access to the internet to 3 constituency based on size. And secondly, we would also provide discounted internet packages and public domain internet services to those far away from these centers. Statistics will be collected from statin on communities that are not located close enough to these internet centers, and they would be prioritized when giving out these packages. Lastly, we would improve the connections of existing towers and centers to aid in the development of current internet infrastructures, hence reiterating our aim being equitable policies for equal treatment to everyone. And so everyone by 2030 will reach a level of internet sustainability that allows portions of the global population, particularly in developing nations and marginalized communities, remain offline. This digital divide exacerbates existing inequalities, limiting access to education, healthcare, economic opportunities, and social and political participation. This is not merely a technological issue. It is a human rights issue. Without internet access, individuals are increasingly excluded from essential services and opportunities, hindering their ability to thrive in the 21st century. My second speaker will explore how internet access enhances the reach and relevance of other human rights in this technological era and its critical role in advancing educational development for countries and their citizens. I, however, will focus on the internet access and highlighting its importance in fulfilling other essential human rights. Together, we aim to demonstrate that internet access is indispensable for personal growth and societal progress in the digital age. Firstly, moving into my substantives, firstly, my claim is that access to the internet can be considered a distinct human right integral to modern life and liberty. In June 2011, the UN Special Rapporteur highlighted concerns that criminalizing legitimate online expression violates international human rights obligations, signaling broad recognition of internet access as essential for human rights. A right, by definition, must be universal, and internet access fulfills this criterion by emerging as a fundamental societal pillar akin to other established rights. It's not just a tool. It has created a crucial new sphere of interaction, and so denying internet access is akin to denying basic schooling, limiting individuals' potentials and opportunities. Tim Berners-Lee, the founder of the World Wide Web, argues that disconnection from the internet equates illustrating its critical role in our daily life. For universality, guaranteeing everyone, not just a privileged few, have the opportunity to engage in this fundamental aspect of modern society. Without it, individuals face significant disadvantages, similar to lacking basic education. Addressing the right to internet access aligned with the broader human rights agenda, tackling a specific contemporary issue and paving the way for universal internet access would protect for all, thus contributing to human development and empowerment globally. My second substantive falls under the claim that internet access is vital for economic empowerment and opportunity, particularly in developing nations. The internet come into play allows for remote work and provides access to crucial financial services such as online banking or microlending. These opportunities can be significantly higher. By connecting individuals to these resources, the internet empowers them to improve their livelihoods, creates jobs, and contribute to economic growth. Recognizing internet access as a fundamental human right helps to reduce poverty, stimulate it bridges geographical barriers and opens up a world of opportunities for individuals and communities, especially in underserved regions. This fosters innovation, creates jobs, and drives economic progress, contributing to a more prosperous and equitable world. In conclusion, internet access is no longer just a luxury. It is a necessity for exercising fundamental human rights and participating fully in society. Recognizing this right is not just about providing connectivity. It's about empowering individuals, promoting education and connectivity, building a more equitable and urge you to support this proposition and join us in bridging the digital divide and ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to thrive in this digital age. And with that, the proposition temporarily rests. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. First speaker, that was from Team Proposition, Wilmer's Boys School. We now make way for the first opposition speaker from Titchfield High School. Hear, hear.
I apologize. Sarah Titchfield is currently facing power issues. I shall now begin. Members of this honorable house, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and respected opponents, pleasant good morning. I stand before you today as leader of opposition to the motion. This house believes that internet access should be a fundamental human right. Truly, without a doubt, this is a crucial debate that spans and interest in all. As opposition leader in today's motion, I shall be contextualizing the motion, set a tone for this debate, and bring forward arguments that goes against the motion. My deputy opposition leader will be arguing on how detrimental this motion can be on various economic factors and rebut government argue. And my opposition members shall wrap up this debate in our favor by combating proposition arguments and further emphasize on our arguments and will back the opposition stance in this debate. Mr. Speaker, the motion proposed suggests that internet access, which is the ability to connect to the internet using a device, should become a fundamental human right, which is the basic right or freedom that all citizens have by virtue of being a human regardless of their race, nationality, ethnicity, religion, and other status, which suggests the idea that internet access should be available to any and everyone and is their entitlement as human. Honorable Speaker, the opposition cannot stand for this motion, for according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights written by the United Nations General Assembly, human rights are universal. As such, these rights apply to everyone, regardless of their status as human. And with this in regard, the opposition finds making internet access a human right to be foolish. The argument which proposes to make internet access a human right is an opportunity for many more social and economical issues and truly does not promise all its benefits. An example of this would be when Costa Rica factored this in a human right, but despite the constitutional recognition, Costa Rica faced great difficulties in ensuring broad, equitable internet access for all of its citizens, particularly in rural and low-income areas, and as such, this implementation had been greatly challenging for the widespread internet availability in urban areas. There is still a digital literacy gap in Costa Rica to this day, particularly in rural and low-income communities. Many people, especially the older adults, may not have the skills to navigate the internet or use the digital technologies effectively, which can limit their ability to access online services and create digital division among citizens. Mr. Speaker, human rights are seen as fundamental needs that are intrusive to human dignity. As such, life to liberty, pleasure in pay, security, freedom, and education. These rights are without a doubt needed to uphold the human dignity and respect and are basic rights provided to everyone universally. Internet access undoubtedly should not be considered a human right, reason being that it diverts the government's attention and resources from actual societal issues, while internet access provides its many benefits and privileges, making it a human right would place strain on governments to ensure that individuals can exercise their entitlement to this right, and the fact that implementing this would be costly and require great attention and resources from the government, which is undoubtedly would stray the government's attention would stray the government from more pressing issues and leaving individuals vulnerable to issues such as poverty, inadequate education, and health resources, which are already human rights. And this should absolutely not be the case. Prioritizing internet access, which is not a necessity or need for life sustainment. These issues are often more complex and may require a deep focus and systematic change. But a focus on international access can make them seem secondary or less urgent, which is intolerable. Mr. Speaker, if the government wishes to implement internet access as a fundamental human right, then they cannot ignore the fact that human rights are universal and should be treated as if every country can somewhat find means and implement internet access as a human right. Implementing this would place great strain on underdeveloped and developed countries that face significant challenges when it comes to building the necessary infrastructure for universal internet access, especially in rural, remote, or geographical isolated regions. The benefits internet access are heavily dependent on digital literacy. Without the skills to navigate the internet, many people will remain excluded from its advantages, and with limited education systems where technologies that widely integrated in schools, citizens may lack the skills needed to leverage the internet effectively. In developing countries such as Peru, the government faced great difficulties with implementing internet access as a human right. These challenges are largely rooted in its geographical diversity, economic disparities, and social inequalities. To bridge the digital divide, Peru government would need to invest more heavily in infrastructure, education, and affordable access, while also ensuring that the services are accessible, secure, and culturally relevant to all citizens, to which wasn't fully accessible or affordable by the government in that time. The societal and economic strain, and even in underdeveloped countries such as India, who tried to implement this strategy, failed miserably, which further proves my argument that implementing internet access as a fundamental human right is simply ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, the opposition is not dismissing the benefits. We recognize the intrinsic value of availability of access to the internet, but making internet access a fundamental human right fosters more negative impacts rather than positive. It would be foolish to make internet access a human right, which is supposed to be accessible to everyone, knowing that this is definitely not the case. Mr. Speaker, even though we recognize the benefits, the opposition is still firmly against the argument of making internet access a fundamental human right, for we believe it is proven that this fosters inequality, division among citizens, and is a ludicrous ideology that promises that it's for all individuals, when at the end of the day, it is only for some. And this is evident in most of the developing and underdeveloped and even developed countries where they cannot find time, resources, or affordability to even cater to the majority of the population. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. That was the first opposition speaker from Titchfield High School, we now call upon the second proposition from Wolmer's Boys School to furnish their arguments. Hear, hear.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I am second proposition for this motion. This House believes that internet access should be a fundamental human right. Before I get into my substantives, let me rebut what the first speaker of the opposition mentioned. She mentioned broadly the economic burden that perhaps to our policy. Our policy was not like that of Peru and Venezuela and India. We have a specific policy looking at access, looking at giving people the access, not giving everyone 1 megabit per 1 megabit per second internet access. We're giving people the ability to go to internet centers and discover. Also note that all human rights inherently give rise to economic growth. So the point about poverty levels increasing is not particularly a strong one, because economic growth entails poverty rates decreasing, and therefore, as implementing this as a human right would lead to decrease in poverty. Equitable policies for equal society. We'll have equitable incentives. We're going to help those persons in the rural areas, which you brought up, to bring about equality in the long run. Now, let me get into my substantive arguments right now. My first claim is that internet access aids other human rights to expand in reach and be relevant in the technological era. Now, to contextualize this links back to the point of interconnectivity and interdependence, and indivisibility, which are characteristics of a human right. My first warrant is fair trial. Fair trials are often held online in Jamaica, and internet access is a necessity. The courts of Jamaica hearing guidelines, postulate 12, mentions that a high-speed internet connection with reliable connectivity and coverage is a must in court hearings. And also, postulate 17 utters the same sentiment, saying that people with cell phones or cellular devices must be close to their service provider. My second warrant is the freedom of thought and religion. Social media is the primary modality for freedom of speech and religious propagation. 60% of the global population use social media, and it is expanding the landscape of free expression, exponentially increasing the access that any member of the general public has to disseminate speech to a mass audience. This current era is known as the golden era of free speech, according to the Golden Era of Free Speech by Erwin Trumanewski and Alex Trumanewski. It also has a significant impact on religion, according to Business Arc. There are websites, apps, and social media platforms dedicated to help people connect with their religious backgrounds and religion in totality, including things like the Bible app. My third warrant is democracy. Platforms are crucial in gaining support from the voters in the political sphere. Users freely share their thoughts and participate in debates that have a big influence on society, according to the debate of the I must state university. The internet changes requirements for political legitimacy and democratic assent for 3 reasons. Access to the internet, a voice in decision-making, and direct connections to political leaders, according to the Center for Strategic and International Studies. What are the impacts that arise because of this claim? A society that allows for a diverse cocktail of political views, religion being upheld due to the more educational resources, and the justice system being more effective and less court-led in totality. My second claim is that internet access is vital for the educational development of countries and their citizens. This links back to the effectiveness as human right as internet as a human right, and of course, the non-discriminatory nature of a human right, which internet access indeed is. My first warrant is online degrees are effective and cheap. A public 4-year college degree is 30,000 times more expensive than a physical degree in a college is 30,545 times more expensive than an online college degree. A survey showed that 52% of graduate students found their online college level to provide a better learning experience than a college level classroom education, according to Duff in 2019. And the United States Department of Education shows that online learners perform better than those in a face-to-face institution. I must mention as well that private institutions charge $62,000 for online degrees, while physical or in-person degrees are $200,000 US. My second warrant is that there's a correlation between a good education system and in countries who have internet access as a right. In July 2010, every person in Finland was to have access to 1 megabit per second broadband internet connection, and that increased in 2015 to 100 megabits per second connection. They're the first country in the world to do this. They're 3rd position in the world in education ranking. They're the highest ranking in high school completion rate. They're the most efficient education system according to GEMS Education Solution, and at the highest literacy rate in the world according to the US Career Institute. My third warrant is a multifaceted learning approach, is significant to learning, and is greatly enabled through the internet. Coursera, Khan Academy, edX, and YouTube are examples of these said platforms. Khan Academy in their math classes score up to 22 points higher on standardized exams utilizing Khan Academy, and the schools who implemented Khan Academy also saw 11% improvement in pass rates according to the SRI 2014. My fourth warrant is that online tools and platforms aid classrooms in being more nuanced and effective. Kahoot and quizzes are example of these platforms. 15% of students who engage in quizzes across all three stages experience a notable increase in their scores according to International Journal for Information and Education Development. And for Kahoot and quizzes, they presented a straightforward design and interactive interface that have successfully boosted student motivation and focus during assessments, according to the International Journal of Information and Education Technology. What are the impacts of this? A society where urban and rural areas are given access to the internet, enabled with the opportunity to provide students with multifaceted and effective learning. A Jamaican society and a worldwide shift in education outlook from swatting and cursory memorization to fun and interactive learning, which stimulates growth and sticks. And the most important one, better citizens who are informed to make decisions in the political and social spheres, which lead to better democracies and less crime and violence. And with that, the proposition rests temporarily.
Jermaine, you're muted.
Thank you very much, Joshua. All right, so thank you very much, second proposition speaker, for that speech. We now call upon the second opposition speaker from Titchfield High School to present their speech. Here.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, esteemed opponents, audience, my fellow teammates, a pleasant good morning to you all. Today, I stand in opposition to the motion that internet access should be classified as a fundamental human right. While internet access is undeniably valuable in our digital age, making it a right brings significant economic risks that cannot be ignored. But before I begin, allow me to address a point that the second speaker proposition made. He claimed that about 15%. What about the rest? What about the majority, the 85%? He claims that education, online school would be better and literacy rates are significantly larger and better once conducted online due to substitution of tuition fees. However, how can he be sure, given our geographical location, given our highlands, that all areas will get access to internet? I am sure we have all benefited from the use of the internet, whether through educational, recreational, or social endeavors. However, for the internet to be considered a fundamental right, we must first evaluate how detrimental this could be for the country's economy. With that, all areas should be considered. My first point, Mr. Speaker, establishing universal internet access requires immense infrastructure investments. Countries must build extensive networks, including fiber optic, satellite systems, and rural broadband to ensure reliable connectivity. For many nations, especially those in vast rural regions or economically challenged areas, this investment is prohibitively expensive. To cover these costs, public funds will be diverted from essential services such as healthcare, education, or housing, which are inadequately funded, hence reinforcing the point that this is not the right initiative. These trade-offs are not theoretical. They have been observed in countries that prioritize universal internet access at the expense of other critical public services. When countries are forced to choose between internet and infrastructure, and for example, hospital facilities, they risk creating a balance that ultimately affects the well-being of their citizens. Infrastructure investments are essential, but they should not override the fundamental priorities that address people's immediate basic needs, which do not include internet access. My second point, Mr. Speaker, long-term financial sustainability. Even after the initial setup, maintaining internet infrastructure is an ongoing financial burden. Networks require regular upgrades to keep pace with the advancing technology and ensure reliable services. For countries with limited budget, this long-term maintenance can become unsustainable as technology grows, so does the cost of keeping these networks operational. Countries will end up trapped in a cycle of cost updates, diverting even more resources from vital sectors and compromising their economic stability. My third point, Mr. Speaker, private sector trade and market distortion. Next, making an internet access right puts undue pressure on the private sector, particularly on internet service providers, ISPs. If governments mandate universal coverage, ISPs are often pushed to extend their networks into regions where it is not financially viable, such as remote or sparsely populated areas. Without sufficient subsidies or incentives, many private companies will find this expectation unsustainable, leading to strained relationships between the government and ISPs. Additionally, if governments impose a legal obligation to private companies to guarantee the internet access for everyone, it could reduce competition, especially underserved markets. Without competitive pressure, ISPs have little motivation to innovate, reduce prices, improve services. Declined. Instead of encouraging growth and improvement, the internet sector such policy could lead to stagnation, affecting consumers with poorer service, quality, and higher prices. My fourth point, Mr. Speaker, cybersecurity and privacy risk. Increased vulnerability to cyber attacks. Countries that expand internet access often face increased exposure to cybersecurity threats. The larger user base, the more targets there are for cyber attacks, hacking, and other malicious activities. For instance, the widespread of digital government services and e-commerce increase the risk of data breaches, identity theft, and identity fraud. Countries with less robust security infrastructure may find themselves struggling to keep up with these new challenges. Economic vulnerability. As human rights may create and advertently lead to over-reliance on technology, potentially creating vulnerabilities in the case that internet outages or technical failures. In countries where daily activities from work to banking, education, and healthcare are increasingly conducted online, any disruption, Mr. Speaker, in internet service can have a wide-reaching negative effect on economy and society as a whole. Lastly, job displacement. When technology
information
accepted,
you are bringing the case that diverting funds or resources from other sectors would put the entire country at a detriment. However, do you not see the benefits that internet access might bring to the entire economy, increasing revenue and bringing up equity?
Although I understand your standpoint that through the use of technology, we can generate funds and we can generate revenue, you need to see past the vision of just the benefits and look at the deeper things that these funds that are diverted can be used to benefit a lot of different infrastructures. For example, hospitals that are without machines or roads that are still not fixed, or bridges and or school systems that lack the necessary resources for learning on a whole. Why would you prioritize the health and education of our workforce for just internet? We're not saying that internet access should not be accessible, but we're saying it does not need to be a fundamental right and divert and distract our government from doing the right thing. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much for that speech. Second, the opposition speaker from Titchfield High School. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at that point in our debate where we engage in a series of questions and answers. And we will begin with 5 minutes on the clock to hear the questions from Titchfield High School. Please be reminded that the question is limited to 20 seconds, a response by the opposing team limited to 45 seconds. Titchfield, you have 5 minutes on the clock. Go right ahead.
4 minutes.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Is there other? Oh, sorry, 4 minutes. This is not JCSA. This is MLCA. Yes, 4 minutes. Thank you, Joshua.
Good afternoon. Our first question would be, what would making the internet access a fundamental right offer that could not be achieved otherwise through measures such as investments and education at secondary and primary level and university levels?
What a human right entails. You mentioned universality, the basis of a human right, the characteristics therein is a specific medium in which we're going to promulgate the idea that Everyone needs this. Everyone needs access to it. Any other incentive does not purport the ideology that every human being needs this by virtue of this being, or by virtue of them being a human being. So therefore, when we're using this this medium and through our policy, we're purporting the underlying idea that this is supposed to be given to everyone by virtue of them being a human being, which is very essential. No other incentive has that principle as its underlying motive, which makes this significant.
Thank you. Teacher, you may ask your other question.
All right, thank you. So the proposition has highlighted the universal nature of human rights. How do they intend to combat the neglect of other areas of our society, such as rural areas and especially our elderly, who have already advanced past of age and are likely to be the most disadvantaged?
Our policy highlighted the fact that we want to include both persons from the rural area as those already having access. We mentioned putting in place certain things as computer labs. This is all in our policy by the structures to help it. We also mentioned the fact building tech centers dedicated to aiding individuals with access to internet. And for those who would be far away from these persons, they'd receive discounted packages and
We seem to be having some connection challenge with Wilmas. Teachfield, you may go ahead and ask another question.
You previously claimed that your policy would improve underdeveloped and developing countries, when in your speech you ignore our previous arguments in which resources and technology are simply inadequate and not accessible and affordable for these underdeveloped and developed countries. So how would your policy and how would internet access better the developing and underdeveloped countries?
We mentioned this in our policy again, but let me just reiterate. Really and truly, we're not diverting funds and we're not putting new allocations of funds for anything. It's in our policy that we are providing access. It doesn't mean that we're going to create new infrastructure to give everybody, as my Deputy Prime Minister said, 1 megabit per second speed internet. That's not our aim. Our aim is to, within the criteria of a human right, make it accessible to all.
Okay, so even if the policy, your growth policy, is implemented, how does this guarantee universal access?
All right, so again, we're going to quote the UN on this. One of the main criteria, in fact, universality. Therefore, it is without any dispute that that would be our main aim as government, to make it universal, accessible to all. You brought up a point earlier about what about the persons in rural areas. We have made provisions for that within our policy. We're going to set up different tech stations. We're going to do all of that to allow everybody to have the access. We're not forcing this on anybody. Therefore, the point about pressure on the treasury or pressure on the economy is completely irrelevant. We said it is accessible, not that we're forcing it on anyone.
All right, and that's the end of this cross question.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the team asking the question, Teachfield High School. It's now time for Wilmas Boys School to ask questions of Teachfield High School, with 4 minutes on the clock.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My first question is that, do you believe as opposition economic development that can ensue with implementing our policy and making internet a human right is less important than the small burden that exists when you currently implement it in status quo?
Could you repeat the latter part of your question? We did not quite catch it due to technological colleges.
I was saying, you guys hear me?
Yes, we are
I'm
hearing
saying
you now.
that, do you believe that the long-term economic development that can ensue in making internet a human right and implementing our policy is less important than the burden that ensues, that when you said, you mentioned the economic burden that ensues when we're supposed to do the same thing? The short-term economic burden.
We do, in that we believe that the short term would hinder and actually negate the long term effects, especially for developing and underdeveloped nations, which would be receiving this human rights.
Okay, so our next question has to do with something you actually admitted. So you admitted that internet access actually aids other rights. I believe it was your opposition leader. And we presented the fact that the part of the criteria for a human right, according to the UN, is to be interconnected and to be able to aid other rights. So how is it that you are against it becoming a right when it fulfills more than one of the criteria of a human right?
We believe it to be not practical, and especially in the universal aspect of it, and would arguably actually further take away from some rights, considering the possibility of government overreach in freedom of speech and widen the educational gap between rural and urban.
Did we not address, oh.
I'm sorry, we're not hearing at the moment.
Hello? Okay, well, I was saying that you mentioned this rural and urban divide. Didn't we specifically see in our policy that we would focus on rural areas, so we'd have a so is there really a divide when we're trying to bridge the divide through our policy?
To answer your question, you claim that your policy would further improve would focus more on rural areas when you fail to acknowledge the geographical factor that would that hinders the development of infrastructure in that area. If no one is able to reach the rural, if you have no roads, how are you going to reach the rural areas, and how are you going to set up these infrastructures?
Okay, I find it interesting that you're actually partaking in discrimination of the rural areas, because you just said nobody's able to reach them. That's quite interesting. However, you did mention that there would be a burden on the private sector by implementing our policy. However, when we allow private sectors to aid in the subsidizing of packages for rural areas, would this not allow the private sector companies to stand to earn more in revenue and profits?
We believe that many of the rural countries are in far worse states than team proposition currently acknowledges, because many of them do in fact lack these infrastructures to get access to the internet access, even if a centrality point was provided, even if the centers were provided. Many of our rural areas cannot even make it to the central part, and it would be limiting the amount of time that they can make it, which is why the cities and urban areas would be at a great advantage, because it is far easier for them to get the access than it is for rural areas who barely have light, water, and road.
All right, so that's the end.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Woolmer's Boys School and Titchfield High School. And thank you, Joshua, for being so able in terms of your timekeeping. We are going to now pause for 1 minute to allow you to, get your thoughts together ahead of the reply speeches. Of course, we'll begin with the reply speaker on team opposition, followed by that from team proposition. Your 1 minute begins now.
Okay, 1 minute is now up. So 1 minute has elapsed, Jermaine.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Joshua. And of course, you got a few seconds extra there, teams. All right, so we now call upon the reply speaker from Team Titchfield High School, the opposition team, to present their final summation.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and adjudicators, respected members of the proposition, and my distinguished team members, a pleasant good morning to you all. Today, I stand before you as first speaker of team opposition in firm disagreement to the motion. This House believes that internet access should be a fundamental human right. Now, I know that upon first inspection, this may sound like a marvelous idea, Mr. Speaker, but allow me to remove the rule that team opposition has so eloquently tried to cast over your eyes and reveal the motion for what it truly is. A short-sighted social and equal ploy that would certainly do more harm than good and reflects a narrow-minded, unsympathetic, and unrealistic worldview. Mr. Speaker, let me first reinforce the point that we, the opposition, are not against accessibility to internet. We are to encourage such development, but used as much needed, especially in developing countries such as those in the Caribbean and our very own Jamaica. It is, however, in the insistence on making it a fundamental human right, which we find false. Mr. Speaker, much of the benefits that would come with increased accessibility can occur by simply investing in the internet and technology industry. It is from such evidence that we, the opposition, find the proposition's proclamation of necessity of making internet access a fundamental human right wholly inaccurate. Mr. Speaker, first speaker of the team proposition put forward that it was an affordable mean they would put affordable and meaningful internet access. This is not reflected in rural areas, and it would be incredibly costly to do so, which both my first speaker and my second speaker have highlighted. They say that it would come with responsibility. Does this not offer ability for government overreach and impeding on other instituted human rights, such as freedom of speech, which the proposition claims to be increased through their policy? They say that it is nearest necessary to increase fundamental rights. They say that they would work with government, public, and private. Mr. Speaker, would having the partnership between government, public, and private would either A, take away motivation and profits from the private, which was highlighted in my second speaker, or B, put strain on the government to provide subsidies in order for them to be motivated enough to actually provide this meaningful internet that the team president has put forward. They say that it would be guaranteed for everyone and not just privileged use and increased education, but it disregards its impact on furthering the divide between urban and rural, as many rural areas today still lack access to basic rights such as electricity, water, and education, but yet they feel the need to add another one that they would not be able to implement. We speak of the team proposition has clearly not fully realized the dire situation in which our country is in. My first opposition speaker had highlighted that there were other examples of countries which have tried to implement this, such as Costa Rica, India, and Peru, and they did prematurely. And because of that, the socioeconomic problems that persisted to this day and hindered and actually, in fact, almost negated the benefits, these long-term benefits that the team proposition has proclaimed, has greatly hindered and negated these. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it greatly creates a digital divide. The team proposition has highlighted that they would pay attention to the rural, but they seem to have neglected the elderly and the disabled. Many of them would not be able to benefit so greatly from this universal right. And it would be incredibly costly to implement and maintain technology. This caused diverse funds from many other more pressing issues such as our healthcare, our education, our water, our light. Mr. Speaker, our nations have many other issues that could be more focused on. The increase in they claim that there would be a decrease in crime and an increase in they say that there will be a decrease in crime and an increase in employment opportunities. Mr. Speaker, this is not true. All that would change would be a diversion. So make the method of crime. We would see an increase in cyber crime, would be incredibly make our incredibly vulnerable elderly the main target. Mr. Speaker, they claim that this is the golden age of freedom of speech. Would the government overreach highlighted by my second speaker not impede on this golden age? They say that they gave the example of correlation between countries which implemented this right and saw the increase of educational performance. Mr. Speaker, let us not forget, correlation does not equate to causation. And there are many other things that could have been in these more developed countries that caused this increase in education. And those things may not be applicable to our developing nation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Opposition by Speaker. And now to conclude our debate, ladies and gentlemen, we call upon the reply speaker from Wolmer's Boys School representing the proposition team. Here.
Just to confirm, you can hear me?
Yes, hearing you.
Okay, I will begin in 3, 2, 1. Good day, esteemed adjudicators, my opponents, and as well as the members of the audience. I am the third and final speaker for the proposition and would seek to reinforce our stance that internet access should be considered as a fundamental human right. I will start with a little summary of the proposition's arguments thus far. So we started out by mentioning that the United Nations has stipulated characteristics of a human right, such as universality, indivisibility, non-discrimination, interdependence, and the upholding of dignity and equality. The government's stance is justified on account of the fulfillment of these stipulations by internet access. We may recall from my Prime Minister's speech that we examined the idea of universality. The PM mentioned that an article from the UN Special expressed concerns that penalizing legitimate online expressions is a violation of human rights obligations, highlighting the growing recognition of internet access as a fundamental and essential right to society. By definition, a right must be universal, and access to internet meets this standard, emerging as a foundational pillar of society, much like other established rights. The proposition's Deputy Prime Minister also looked at interdependence and indivisibility, highlighting the fact that human rights by nature are linked to the realization of other rights. To put it simply, they are interconnected. To prove the internet access meets the criteria we mentioned, different rights that it helps includes the right to a fair trial, recognizing the growing dependence on technology in the justice system, the right to education, acknowledging the fact that education is cheaper and more flexible online as opposed to the physical classroom. Also, the right to freedom of expression, evident in the fact that social media is the most common method of communication and information dispensation in the 21st century. Our Deputy Prime Minister also took the time to outline how internet access has dealt with the issue of discrimination and upholding dignity, crucial in expression of religion and beliefs, as well as increasing tolerance and education around these religions. He also used the Bible app as an example of this. The fact that 60% of persons around the world are social media users speaks to the fact that social media has set itself up as a conduit for the amplification of said beliefs and religions. Let me go on to rebutting some of the things that our opposition would have, rather than directing it to other areas such as poverty, would cause the country to fall back on the charts as it relates to economic development. However, we brought the argument that we would not, in our policy, we would not be diverting funds. We stated that the government, along with private and public entities, would work together to establish these internet centers. They also brought up infrastructure investment. Our policy again speaks to the fact that we did not want to divert funds structure, but rather utilize already existing infrastructure and simply widen the scope to allow persons from the rural areas to also benefit it. Funny enough, our opposition brought no counter policy to our policy that they claim is so gross and so misusing of the infrastructure that is already here. They continue to press on the fact that we would have to put more infrastructure in place when our policy directly outlines that we would do no such thing. There is no way that they claim that the inequality is so gross and they have nothing to do about it. They also mentioned the clash of rural versus urban divide, but our policy clearly outlines that the rural areas would be put at the forefront of this move. In closing, the proposition's arguments on account of my prior remarks greatly outweigh that of the opposition. Our claims are warranted by law, statistics, as well as expert analysis, making the opposition's view less credible in comparison. This leaves no reason that as a country we should stall in making internet access a fundamental human right in order to create a better tomorrow, not only for us, but for those to come after us. The proposition will rest.
All right, thank you very much. And that concludes our debate, ladies and gentlemen. Quite an exciting exchange of ideas there. We as adjudicators will now leave to deliberate, and when we return, we'll come back with the results. All right, so stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Judges, we will meet in, I think, room 2. Okay, am I being heard? Am I being seen? Am I being heard?
Indeed, Jermaine, you're being heard, and I
Good.
can see you.
Good. Thank you very much, Ravon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking around for this match and being here for the oral adjudication. So we had a match featuring Wolmer's Boys School versus Titchfield, sort of interrogating the question as to whether we should establish access to the internet as being a fundamental human right. Yes. We get some justifications for that from the proposition team, which we found to be quite insightful. They established it on the premise that there are already guaranteed human rights of rights that are established have been fundamental. You're talking about the civil and political rights and right to an education and so forth. And these rights in the modern era they contend are better enhanced and better achieved through access to the internet. Yes. We get some challenges from opposition, though, to say not that opposition is fundamentally in disagreement with the fact that these rights are enhanced through access to the internet, but they say to us that governments, as being effectively the duty bearers in granting these rights, would find it problematic, far too costly, far too much resources would be required, and ultimately it places at a disadvantage minority groups who live in rural areas, groups who are, elderly, the disabled, etc. Right? At which point we felt a response, albeit not sufficient from Wolmer's Boys School. Wolmer's tells us that such a mechanism, such a harm will not result, in as much as they are trying to target this policy utilizing government resources coupled with the resources of the business sector, right? And I think that's it would have been good to hear that a better mechanized to show us why it is that is likely to be the case. We get at the tail end of Wolmer's Boys School speech that the incentive mechanism for this collaboration between the government and the business community to exist is the fact that there is profits to be made. I think it was rather late when that came, and so we understand that it might not have been feasible for Titchfield to respond at that late stage. That said, though, in as much as the mechanism came from Wolmer's earlier on to say at minimum we will have the business community collaborating with the government to underwrite some of the cost. Wolmer's contended that the costs are not as huge as exist in opposition's world, in as much as opposition is seeing huge disadvantages because of them imagining that this would cost a lot. Wolmer's response to say, well, they're not trying to give the best quality internet overall. They're just trying to give data and access to the internet at the lower levels. And this would effectively lower the threshold and lower the burdens of resources and so forth on the government and on the business community. I think that in as much though that this collaboration or this joint effort was posited by Wolmer's Boys School fairly earlier on in the debate. I think it was the second speaker. We think that there should have been a more direct engagement from Titchfield to explain to us why this is not likely to happen, why the business community will not be sufficiently incentivized to, put up their money to make the investments and to aid the government in promulgating internet access across the society. The second concern we have with Titchfield's case is that we don't yet understand the scale of the groups that will be disadvantaged. We don't know how many groups are rural and are therefore it is going to be extremely expensive, extremely difficult for the state and its ally, the business community, to provide access to internet in these particular communities. And so I know it's difficult for us to expect that you would quantify it, but at least qualify the scale of it to say, X percentage of Caribbean communities or Jamaican communities are rural, and the topography and the other challenges that exist. The rural communities are possibly sparsely populated, and so it's not practical for internet access to be provided to them. I think we get a line of argument or an idea about sparse population making it infeasible. But again, we don't know how many persons are so affected such that proposition's model is overall infeasible. I think more fundamentally, though, a concern we have is whether or not a fundamental human right obliges the state to provide access to the particular resource guaranteed to all citizens. We hear the term being bandied about universal access and universal, this becoming effectively a universal right. Does universal mean universal in the strictest sense of the term? We're not sure. And in as much as it seems to us that it might not be, certainly from Wolmer's vantage point, there may be a few citizens who aren't granted that access. Then it becomes, but then it would still be it could still be treated as universal, because universal does not imply, certainly from Wolmer's vantage point, full access to all citizens all the time. But it would have been good if Wolmer's, and we're not crediting you with that kind of explanation, Wolmer's, because you weren't explicit in proffering that explanation. So Titchfield tells us that seemingly universal means 100%. Again, we have to infer that. Titchfield wasn't explicit, and we think that an explicit declaration of universal as necessary, entailing all citizens, would have been tremendously helpful for us in this debate. That said, in as much as, and this is for us a significant justification in this debate, in as much as Wolmer's opens with some strong connections between established rights that are not in question and these rights being enhanced and improved, right to an education, right to political engagement, right to right to information, right to freedom of religion, for example, and all of these things are enhanced to such a significant extent. We think that despite the marginal harms posited by team opposition, Titchfield, we think that this debate ultimately is still won by Wolmer's Boys School. So congratulations, Wolmer's Boys School, on securing the victory, and very well tried, Titchfield High School. The scores in this debate, 281 points to the winning team, as compared to the second place team's 271 points. In concluding, there was this, I will highlight the fact that this was a split decision. One judge voted in favor of Titchfield, two judges voted in favor of Wolmer's Boys School. It would have been helpful at times for deeper exploration of particular points and ideas that were raised, sounding fairly assertive. But if we had clearer description, working out how it is that it will manifest in the real world, then it would have helped us as an adjudication panel to appreciate better some of the arguments in this round. All in all, congratulations to both teams. Congratulations, particularly to Wolmer's Boys School on advancing automatically. I suspect there is a wild card somewhere there. So Titchfield, keep listening, keep monitoring your emails. You might see an email indicating that you are the wild card. Congrats.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jermaine. Right.
Quick question though, quick question.
Yes. Oh, the best debater? Is that what you want to know?
Speaker. Yes. Know what the best speaker.
Okay, so the best debater, if that's the question you wanted to ask, I forgot to mention that. The best debater is the second proposition speaker. Second proposition speaker. You are the best debater. Go ahead, Ravon. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Jermaine. So the winners of that match, Wolmer's Boys School, will move on to round 2. Now, the final match in round 1 will see Maud McLeod High School facing off against Campion College. Yes, Jermaine?
Yes.
Are you available to judge this round?
I am available.
Oh, well, that's a happy.
But with that said, if I'm not required, I could do other things with my time, other valuable things. So you decide, your call.
Very well, then we will invite Madam Rashana Jarrett, our chair judge, scheduled chair judge for this round, Hi, Roshana, are you with us?
Hi, Ravon, I'm indeed here.
Wonderful, and you're ready and able to judge.
I guess I am.
Nah, you were scheduled. All right, so no worries, Roshana, no worries at all. So we now have Maud McLeod and Campion College. Do we have both teams here, Maud McLeod and Campion College? Okay, so we're a bit early. We are 6 minutes before the scheduled start of the match, where we would have Maud McLeod versus Campion College. I'm not seeing either. And so I will go and see if I can identify those.
Ravon, in the meantime, I'm just going to step away.
Okay.
For a brief moment.
Right. So again, the next match is scheduled to start at 1 p.m. And so we will see you then. All right. Check in one more time. Do we have Campion College with us online? Do we have a member from Campion College with us online?
Yes, we do.
Wonderful. I see you, Campion College. And now I'm going to be checking for your opponents, Maud McLeod.
Sorry, Roman, you were just saying something. I had stepped away.
No, Rashan, I was just indicating that we're now seeing Campion College on, and I'm going to be checking out Maud McLeod.
Okay,
Not
no
seeing
problem.
someone else yet.
Sure.
All right, so I just spoke with the head of delegation from Maud McLeod. They'll be on shortly, hopefully within the next 5 minutes. That's the hope. Campion College, are you willing to wait until Maud McLeod has the ability to join, assuming that they can?
Yes, we're willing to wait.
Sorry, one more time?
Yes, we are.
Okay, all right, awesome.
How much wait time do we give them, Rawan?
So I'm asking for another 5 minutes. It seems that there's some mix up with the head of delegation, so they're scrambling now to get the team together.
As in just to pull them from classes?
Yeah, can I imagine so? I imagine so.
Oh, because when you say get the team together, it's so like them not ready for the debate and we're pulling
Oh,
them.
well, I sure hope they're ready for the debate. I suspect that they are.
Okay.
But it just one of those clash kind of situation.
Got you.
Yeah,
Alright.
I'm hoping that that's just the case.
All right. We'll wait.
Right. So in the meantime, let's see. I have wonderful Rashana, Diego, and Jardina. You guys will be judging this round of debates, and Rashana, of course, you will be the chair judge. All right, I'm still not getting through to the team, Maud McLeod, after that initial call. And so we're going to have to be proceeding with the competition. We cannot wait indefinitely. I want to thank Campion College for their extended patience. It is not taken for granted. You were not obligated to wait as long as you did. And we think that is very charitable and kind of you to have waited for as long as you did. Right? And so with that said, we're going to get the show on the road in just about 2 minutes.
So, Ravon, we're giving them 2 minutes to pull their thoughts together, or are we waiting another 2 minutes? Sir Thomas Matthews?
1 sec, Roshana.
Oh.
All right. So, Roshana, the floor is yours. You can go right ahead.
All right, thank you very much, Ravon, and thank you very much again to Campion College for being patient with us. We apologize for the delay, but as Ravon says, what will happen here is that the debaters will present their speeches and the judges will be posing points of information for which you have to accept. So once we say point of information, you can't say denied. Whilst you have 7, 6, and 5 minutes to present, well, 7 and 6, because the reply speaker will not be presenting a replied speech since there's nothing to reply to. There won't be a cross questioning. And so for those areas, you'll get your standard score that we have allotted to that just in case this would have happened. We can stop you in the middle of your presentation if it is that we have gotten the essence of what you're saying, or we might allow you some extra time so that we can get a full idea of what your points are. So my name is Roshana Jarrett. I'll be your chair adjudicator for this afternoon's match. And with me is DiCardiego Nelson and Jordana Denton, and we will serve as your opposing team. Campion, is your camera working? Oh, all right, I see them setting up. So let's do the testing to make sure that we can hear and we can see properly.
Yeah, we're here. Are you hearing this?
Yeah, you sound a little distant.
Okay, really smooth process. Okay.
Go again?
Okay, better now?
No, I use unmuted.
Are you hearing this?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Are all my other judges hearing?
Okay, guys, go speak louder. All right.
I can hear them, but it's a bit low. Yeah, I think they're a little bit far from the microphone as well. Is there any way to pull the device closer?
Wait,
Or were you going to be moving closer to the device when you're presenting, or you're sitting in the chair?
Okay, are you hearing this now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Let's hope that we can maintain that. All right, so let's invite, well, the motion before this honorable house is that this house would impose quotas for employment of persons with disabilities in the public sector. Team Campion would have been in opposition. Since there's no proposition, then you are starting this debate and we will throw the points of information at you as we proceed. Ready when you are. Before you go, who's your first speaker? Name, please.
Okay, so our first speaker is Emily Melhado.
Emily?
Melhado.
Okay.
MELHADO. Our second speaker is Jadon Smith.
AADON.
Who's a member? Or who would have been your reply speaker?
The reply would have been Abraham Wong.
Wong?
Wong. WAUGH.
Oh, Wong. All right. So now we can proceed.
You can see.
I can start?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, my deserving opponents, a pleasant afternoon to you all. We, the opposition, are against the motion. This House would impose quotas for the employment of persons with disabilities in the public sector. As the first speaker for said opposition, I will make the case that the implementation of such quotas would divert the focus from inclusion of people with disabilities to fulfilling legal requirements while being an inflexible approach to employment. I will also discuss alternatives to the quota system that would prove to be a better way of integrating people with disabilities into the workforce. So what is the public sector? The public sector in Jamaica. The public sector comprises government-operated institutions, agencies, and statutory bodies responsible for essential services like education, healthcare, security, and transportation, as well as regulatory oversight. It focuses on serving citizens, maintaining infrastructure, enforcing laws, and supporting national development. In Jamaica, around 90% of people with disabilities are unemployed. This is partially caused by the hiring biases in status quo against people with disabilities. Only 83% of Jamaicans have a secondary education. Of this 83% of people with disabilities only make up 9%. Now, onto my first substantive point. The inclusion of quotas for the employment of persons with disabilities would be an inflexible approach to employment. Quotas are a rigid policy that doesn't take into account the varying levels of disability across different sectors and roles. Not every public sector job may be suitable for someone with a disability, and a quota system could force organizations to hire people for roles that may not align with their capabilities or interests, limiting both the employee's potential and the organization's productivity. This one-size-fits-all approach makes the assumption that companies have the resources to fit the needs of all disabled people, and that there are enough qualified people with disabilities to meet the set quotas. Mandating
Point of information?
Accepted.
All right, so I'm glad that you started off with the statistics as it relates to the number of persons with disabilities and their unemployment rate and their education levels. But given the discrimination and bias that exists as it relates to persons with disabilities, how then do you propose that you will eradicate, alleviate, eliminate the discrimination if it is that we do not make it mandatory that a set number of persons with disabilities be employed?
Okay, thank you. Some alternatives to setting a quota for people with disabilities are training programs to raise awareness and increase the skill levels of people with disabilities. Because one of the main reasons why it's so challenging for these people with disabilities to become employed is because of their limited education level. So these training programs that are available to people with disabilities would help them reach a higher level of education, which would make more job opportunities open to them. Also, increased focus by the government on providing more equitable access to secondary and tertiary education to gain qualification so that disabled people may be hired by virtue of merit instead of needing quotas to get a job. Okay. Mandating quotas for employing persons with disabilities could inadvertently foster an environment where they are seen as being hired simply to fulfill legal obligations rather than based on their qualifications and capabilities. This could lead to resentment among other employees, causing divisions and reducing overall team morale because they may perceive the policy as unfair, believing that—
Point of information.
Accepted.
That's a very bold statement to say that people are just going to be hired based on meeting a legal requirement more than the factor of, qualification and so on. But I think with a quota system, it doesn't eliminate the employment process and the rigors that obtain in the employment process. So employers will still go through their interview process, still vet their candidates. What a quota system says is that legally we are trying to eliminate discrimination, provide equal opportunity, but at the same time, organizations will still go through their vetting process and make sure that they get the best fit for the organization rather than simply not hiring somebody because they have a particular limitation or disability.
Okay, so here lies the problem. Good majority of the people with disabilities are simply not qualified to fit the jobs required in the public sector. So by putting this quota on these jobs, it kind of forces them almost to employ the first disabled person they see, because how many people with disabilities would be applying to this job since a lot of them do not meet the basic requirement to be able to apply to these jobs. So we would almost be punishing jobs that are basically a bit more inaccessible to people with disabilities.
Point of information.
Absolutely.
Let's delve a little bit into qualification, because the public sector captures a great deal of employment positions and so on. So even at the lowest level, say clerical duties or otherwise, there are people in the public sector who have high school diplomas and high school certificates, maybe 1 or 2 CSEC subjects, and the public sector can facilitate them depending on the level of employment that we are granting. Are you then saying we don't have persons with disabilities completing high school and can fill some of those positions?
Okay, what I am saying is that I've shown the statistics that only 9% of these people with disabilities would be eligible for most of these positions. And a lot of jobs in the public sector don't only require a high school diploma, but also a bachelor's degree. So if only 9% of these people have a high school diploma, how many of them have a bachelor's degree? So a lot of companies under the public sector would just be unable to hire these people because they aren't qualified enough to be hired. Okay. So such perceptions can create a sense of favoritism or bias that can lead to a toxic work culture where when employees feel that opportunities are distributed based on factors other than skills and experience, and individuals with disabilities face subtle discrimination, such as exclusion from workplace activities or being assigned tasks that underestimate and undermine their efforts, contributions, and abilities, further hindering their integration and success in the workplace. So the unintended consequence of this. In this scenario, the quota policy leads to malicious compliance, where managers beat the required numbers by assigning hires to lower impact roles without meaningful integration. This box-ticking approach undermines the policy's effectiveness as it focuses on compliance rather than creating an inclusive, respectful environment. Instead of fostering true inclusion, it reinforces stigma and division, straying from the policy's intended goal. So rather than quotas, the focus should be on creating a more inclusive work environment through supportive policies, accessibility, reasonable accommodations, and training. This approach promotes a more effective, holistic integration of persons with disabilities in the workplace without undermining merit or creating divisions.
Points of information. If the public sector does not serve as the role model entity for creating diversity, inclusion, and so on, then how would the government then stipulate or say to other companies or even encourage other companies to actually create diverse and inclusive workplaces, thus leading to a lowering of the marginalization barrier? If not the public sector, then who?
Okay, we're not against the use of the public sector, but what we're saying is that it would be much easier to have these disabled people working if we train them first. So quotas isn't really the right way to go because it's just better if we educate these people a bit more, so that way they won't only be getting the bottom of the barrel jobs in the public sector.
But the two aren't mutually exclusive. We can train them and put a quota system in place. Yes, sorry.
I'm so sorry. But they're in their final minute, yeah?
Okay, that's fine. We can go over the minute. If you guys have questions, you can also throw them out. Sorry. I was saying, I just lost my chain of thought. Yes, I was saying that the two are not mutually exclusive. So we can train the individuals with disabilities so that they can fill the gaps, so they can meet the quota that we are going to put in, but the quota will guarantee that there is space in the employment arena for persons with disabilities. And maybe that will even encourage more persons with disabilities to get educated. Currently, as the status quo exists, these individuals could be said that they're not educated because they know that the job prospects are limited and they are discriminated against. How do we treat with that?
Okay, so there are both positive and negative outcomes for the quota system. And I believe that the negatives outweigh the positives, because when we hire these people who haven't been trained, we're leaving them to pick up the jobs that are already stigmatized, and that when you see a person with disabilities, there's already a negative connotation with those jobs. So why would we want to give those jobs to people with disabilities, where we can better integrate them into the workforce by training them first? And the quota system isn't really good, because it forces workplaces to almost compromise on the quality of their workers by needing to fulfill this quota.
Thank you. All right, let's hear from our second speaker, as Jaden.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, judges, fellow teammates, the audience, and my faithful opponents. I stand before you all today in great opposition to this motion. This House would impose quotas for employment of persons with disabilities in the public sector. I, the second speaker, will be adding to the points laid out by the first speaker, whilst countering any additional arguments brought up. Firstly, pertaining to the POI asked earlier, if the act were to come into fruition, more disabled people would be working public sector jobs. However, this only helps people with very minor disabilities, as most, if not all, blue-collar jobs cannot be done with any major physical impairment. In addition, any mental disability that would negatively affect the thought process and reasoning will be destructive towards any political work or white-collar job that requires critical thinking and constant focus. Though this may serve to help people with minor impairments, those who are struggling the most with the more challenging disabilities would still remain unemployed. Even with lower levels in the public sector, businesses would still wish to hire those without major disabilities, which instead creates two groups: those with minor impairments, with the majorly impaired requiring more focus on.
Points of information.
Accepted.
So we are putting disabilities into categories, which is good. I had anticipated that earlier, so that we can set a clear framework in terms of who are we really speaking to, because disabilities range on a spectrum from mild to moderate to severe disabilities, and understandably, persons with severe disabilities might not fit into the public sector. But my question to you is, did we capture the statistics as it relates to how many persons currently within the working age group suffer from mild to moderate disabilities? Because they are the ones who we would be having this debate about. They're the ones who stand the potential for hiring.
All right, miss. About 28.7% of adults have some type of disability. Those can be ranging from minor to major disabilities that might affect their day-to-day life or work. The quotas for hiring disabled people in the public sector undermines merit-based hiring, promotes tokenism, and increases the chance of qualified, able-bodied personnel to lose out on job opportunities. Merit-based hiring is defined as a recruitment philosophy that selects candidates based on their proven knowledge, skills, and abilities to do a job. It focuses on qualifications, skills, and abilities rather than personal characteristics. Essentially, it is a firm hiring their workers based on their skills or experience or what they can add to the work environment. Businesses wish to hire people that they feel have the qualifications for the job at hand. With a quota in place, they'll have to operate under the guise that they are not fully in control of who they choose to hire.
Point of information. Okay, go ahead, Jordan.
Okay, so there is no quota. What is going to be the incentive for these jobs to hire those with disabilities?
Well, that would be what our alternatives are for. With certain programs that will allow them to increase their level of education or increase certain skills that they have that work well with the disabilities that they already have, so that they're not affected in any way with their work or their jobs or in their work environment. Now they'll be able to do jobs more suited to the things that they can't do, or suited against the things that they can't do. For example,
those jobs don't exist in the public sector?
Pardon?
Those jobs don't exist at all in the public sector?
Those jobs do exist. I'm just talking generally. Because if there are programs, for example, if you are missing a leg, you cannot do any physical construction work as you would be slowing down the productivity or effectiveness of that work environment. But no, if you are missing a leg and you go to this program or agency that would help you find a job more suited to what you can do, even though you are missing that leg, you could do something more IT related, something that requires more your mind or your creativity and not really reliant on your physical or able-bodied capabilities.
Point on that point. So I think we're arguing from a place where a very false premise, where we believe that if a quota system is implemented, it means that we are overlooking due diligence, we're overlooking the hiring process, and we're simply just taking in people because the legislation says we have to have a quota. And I don't think that that is what us, the opposition, are thinking. What we are saying is a quota system in place guarantees and reduces discrimination against this already marginalized group. It also provides equal opportunity for employment for this already marginalized group. It also provides social integration for these individuals who are already marginalized, but it doesn't take away from the fact that employers and employment agencies are going to go through the vetting process, are going to make sure that you are the most suitable candidate. But what the government is ensuring is that this discrimination that currently obtains in the status quo is eradicated or reduced significantly. I think that's where we are arguing from. With that said, how then do you fix those issues on your side of the house?
Well, in general, I would say that when it comes to inclusivity, the focus is more on the quota than actually increasing what I would say interpersonal relationships of workers in that environment. Even though you might have more disabled people in the workforce, there is nothing really and truly saying that the employees the able-bodied employees have to be in what I should say, nice to that person or really favor that person, because even though the employer might not be discriminating against them, your employees, the person you're working with, the person you're working next to, there's nothing stopping them from still scorning you without really saying it out loud or without like hurting you or anything like that. But the thing is that when people who don't end up getting hired because of these disabled people getting hired over them because they have a spot placed out for them, these people who don't get hired can end up feeling a sort of resentment towards the disabled people able to acquire a guaranteed spot. This animosity only serves to increase the disparity between the two groups of people and negate the effect of trying to end discrimination. Businesses might also have to lay off active workers in order to make room for these new ones. Although as a collective, we can understand that disabled people need more recognition, this act is not the most effective way to go about doing so. In a perfect world, simply forcing businesses to hire more disabled people might work out in theory, but we also have to remember and acknowledge the economy. Overall, the world painted by the proposition puts so much focus specifically on hiring disabled people, but that alone cannot solve the problems as a society that we would still have to face. Putting yourself in the shoes of a firm running the public sector, you would soon realize that it is more effective to hire the bare minimum just to show that you are operating legally. With this thought process, it is inevitable that businesses would find workarounds such as faking records to appear as though they have hired disabled people or forcing their workers to act disabled in order to keep their jobs. Once a law is in place, there will always be people trying to subvert it in some way or another.
Point of information.
Accepted.
So you mentioned the economy, and let's zoom in a little bit on the economic benefits. If we have 28% of our population having a particular kind of disability, and based on the number you gave earlier, the rate of unemployment, I don't think you gave us the rate of unemployment for the disabled community, but I'm sure that people within the disabled community have skills. They have creative ways of doing things. And if we are not harnessing those skills within the public sector, economically, aren't we losing out? One. And two, these people might become heavily dependent on the government and social welfare programs because there's no quota system to guarantee them employment. And then that puts an additional burden on the government. How do we then treat with that economic ripple effect?
Well, the motion did not specify a specify a certain part of the public sector. We are talking generally, encompassing all the different jobs. When it comes to the creative benefits, there are some jobs where simply being creative is not enough. Like I said, construction workers, when it comes to the manual labor part of it, that cannot be done by somebody who has major physical disabilities.
But can I enlighten you, Mr. Opposition? Do you know that there are people without a leg or even two who work in the construction industry?
But when it comes to that, what would you have to think from the firm's point of view, really and truly. Because if you have a group of able-bodied people and a group of disabled people, they both have the same qualifications, but the disabled people are missing limbs, or maybe they're mentally disabled in some way that can affect their attention span or how efficiently they're able to focus on a specific task, then it only makes sense for the firm to want to hire the able-bodied person. Not to say that we should not be hiring disabled people. They have their own place, but when it comes to these specific jobs, the firm would want to hire people who have, I would like to say, the edge over the other people who they're trying to hire.
But my opposition, can I say that exactly what you're talking about is what a quota system will fix? The discrimination that you start with. So you start on a premise where people with disabilities are not, so they have disabilities and not abilities. So we're starting on that premise, and therefore we are seeing all their limitations, all their inabilities and their inefficiencies, and we're not looking at what they can bring to the sector, what they can contribute from different levels to the sector. And that is where a quota system will come in to solve those very same problems that exist in the public sector and in other sectors where people discriminate against these individuals by virtue of the fact that they have quote unquote a disability. Disabled people can do any and everything. They can do all sorts of things. You might be surprised by the things that these disabled people can do if given a chance. And that is why I'm saying to you that a quota system would have been a more efficient way. But again, I'll put it to you, how do you solve for those things if not a quota system? Particularly the discrimination.
While inherently good, when weighing the negatives that come along with it, there are simply better solutions to achieve the same result, highlighted in our alternatives. The fact that disabled people have a certain amount of guaranteed spots can take away from the effort required to gain said job. Due to there being a notion stating that they have to get the job, the takeaway ends up being that a lot less of those who wish to seek pride from their fellow disabled people's accomplishments would end up happening. How would you feel as a disabled person if you saw an increase in the employment rates of disabled people, only to find out that it was just because the firms needed to hire them for legal reasons? Would it not undermine the efforts required to actually get a job? Would you not feel patronized at the thought of being handed a job as opposed to earning it?
All right, thank you very much. Unless my other judges have any questions. Do we have any questions? Diego, Jordina?
Oh, I have no questions.
Are we doing the cross section or give them standard marks?
No, they get the standard scores. There's no cross questioning, there's no reply speech. All right, so with no additional questions, thank you very much, Campion. I don't want you to feel disappointed, guys. I don't want you to feel defeated. In this section, we just have to make sure that we give you the greatest challenge as though you had an opposition team. I see your third speaker covering up his face. So don't feel defeated. But just to point out, guys, as I saw running through your presentation, was the idea that a quota system means we're abandoning our employment process and our due diligence. That's not, I hope that's not what your proposition would have brought. A quota system is just a system that says, as a public sector, we need to have 10%, 5%, 2%, whatever the percentage is that your proposition would have justified people employed so as to, reduce discrimination against this marginalized group, to guarantee employment, but at the same time, they will still have to meet the employment requirements. They would still have to have the requisite skills and experience and whatever it is that the average person would have come in with. So putting a quota system in place doesn't mean that we are overlooking the screening process. All right. Do my other judges have any comments, feedback?
Are you hearing me well, by the way?
Yes, I'm hearing you, Jordana.
For me, the only comment that I would really have is that I feel like they could have probably shown to us more how the benefit would have been mutually exclusive to their side of the house. Because like you kept coming on with and saying that, Roshana, you kept saying that, this is what a quota would fix, this is what a quota would fix. Because they had alternatives, but I'm not seeing why the alternatives couldn't work in the world of a quota. So I feel like if they're gonna come with alternatives, they need to show us why the benefit is mutually exclusive to their side of the house. Because proposition could easily come out and say, well, then we could implement that too. And then where are you with the alternative? So
or we could train them and hire them, which is what one of the alternative was, is that we would provide them with the requisite training and so on and fit them into sectors that their skill sets would fit into. So you have to make sure that what you are putting forward is able to stand up by itself and not be adopted by your opposition and included in their quota system. Diego?
Right. Additionally, in as much as the motion doesn't exactly require you to provide an alternative, what you could have done simply is to critique what Roshana was positing on behalf of the proposition, in that speak to the existing prejudice against persons with disabilities, speak to the fact that as exists in the status quo, people don't want to hire them, obviously, because of their physical challenges and stuff like that. And you could also link that to other forms where quotas have been implemented. For example, persons of race, of color, and different background to say, you know, as exists now. Even though you mentioned it, you could have framed it a bit more nicer to say as exists. You know, in some countries like United States, there are quotas to say have this amount of Black, Hispanic amount of persons, and so that would justify a bit more your reasoning, seeing that in as much as it's a legal requirement, the way in which companies actually go about in doing it is not exactly in following with the legal standards. You know, they'll bypass certain things just to say or just to meet that criteria, that particular criterion. You could also speak to the inherent deficits, as I think you kind of did with persons with disabilities. So when I give the example of, you know, disabled persons being able to work on construction sites, you know, simply to respond that, you know, in as much as they can work on construction sites, their effectiveness in these workspaces cannot be compared to a regular person, because a regular person who can carry 2 buckets of cement, a person with 1 hand, 1 foot, or something like that, you know, they can't work as effectively as that. So those simply don't have to provide an alternative, in as much as the alternative was good.
They had mentioned that.
But still, even if you educate them, I, as an adjudicator, can't see how that is necessarily better, how that improves their chances of being employed, given that there are existing prejudices against these persons. So just mechanize it a bit more to show me how, as a judge, I can believe that if you educate them more, make them more educated, they stand a better chance in the market, the job market.
Yeah. Just piggybacking on one of your points, Diego, which I failed to mention. If you take an example of where a quota system is implemented and see how not effective or inefficient, ineffective it is, then that could also serve to bolster your case or your argument. So wherever a quota system exists, so not because a quota exists means that organizations are going to abide by that quota, because they will find reason to say, hey, you know, I can't find anybody or nobody from the disabled community applied for this job or whatever it is, but you can show us where this has been tried and implemented and it just never worked. And so that is why your alternative that you're putting forward is a more effective method than forcing people to meet a particular quota. All right. With that said, do you have any questions for us, Campion?
Oh, before they do, Shauna, one final thing, if I may.
Sure.
Given that this debate speaks about disabled persons, and for any debate in the future that you might do that speaks to vulnerable group, you can also speak directly to how the motion should it be implemented affects them. So in as much as disabled persons will now get jobs, how likely is it that their satisfaction level in society will increase? Is it the case that they will get proper jobs so that they can compete with the average citizen, or is it a case that as existing status quo, they'll get low wage jobs? So even though they're getting a salary, it's still not improving their standards of living by any substantive means. Yeah, let's focus on that.
I think they mentioned something about that.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Do you have any questions for us, Campion?
Okay, okay, so as you've seen, it's a very different team from what we normally have. I'm just wondering, like, what are some things that you've seen in our speeches that we can probably work on going forward in the competition so far? So anything specific, any pointers, anything?
Well, I think that we did just a while ago.
Well, I'm just saying, like, particularly, like, in our
So guys, even if you feel as though you're being defeated by your opposition, I don't want to see the defeat on your faces. Like, I could see the second speaker saying, Lord God, them a try and kill me. You're already advanced. Like you're passing the next, you're going on to the next round. I see a third speaker come up in face like, Jesus Christ, these people are asking some tough questions. You cannot accept defeat. And when you know so you go down, you have to go down strong. Okay? So don't ever accept defeat and defend your points to the core. If you've written them down, convince yourself, even when you're on the opposite side of the spectrum, believe it so much that you can convince the judges that this argument is superior. Because remember, you know, a debate is about the team who can convince and persuade the judges to take their side. It doesn't necessarily mean that that is my personal belief. But if you can persuade me to say, yeah, that can work. All right, that makes sense. And make sure that you show us how it will operate in the real world, mechanizing. I think Jordana has another point.
My point is not necessarily towards the debate. It's more so well kind of in the structure. So what I would have said is also, are you hearing me?
Yeah, man, we heard you.
Okay, so also what I'm thinking also is that what the first speaker should have also done is like clearly signposted for the entire team, because I don't recall there being like a signposted for the entire team, like what the second speaker's argument will be. What I recall her only signposted for herself. So I think that's something that will benefit you guys in terms of for the judges being able to follow, and just for the clear, just so that we have your arguments is just that to signpost for the rest of the team. So yeah, that's what
All right. So with that said, I think that's where we call it a wrap. I see Sir Ravon telling me that I'm out of time. Sir Ravon?
We asked one more thing.
Oh,
Okay, so
Ravon, you can ask one more question?
Go right ahead. This is
All right.
developmental after all. That's the purpose.
yeah, I was just asking if you have any written feedback, if you could just send it to Jaden, if that's possible. And
Any written feedback?
anything that you guys had in terms of like grading what you know worked on, anything at all?
All the way you could have worked on me just tell you a while ago. I never write them down.
All right.
But I never had a deliberation, you know. So in a deliberation session, I'd have written down what the feedback would have been. But for this segment, I never write them. Hush.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
And of course, the matches are being streamed live on YouTube. This match is live on YouTube.
Oh, you shouldn't tell me that, Rafa.
Right. Yes, this room is being streamed live on YouTube at Jade Limited. And say feel free to go back over and check out what the comments are. I am very encouraged by the fact that even with the automatic advancement that you're absorbing the information, and I'm confident that it will help you, Campion College, to do even better in a round where you have an opponent. It's always a bit harder to go up against the judges, intimidating. We know the motion and we know what we're looking for. But in a round where you're going up against an opposition who has, the playing field is more level, I'm sure that the feedback that you've gotten in this particular match from Rashana, Jordana, and the Diego will definitely bear fruit. All right. The Diego, you want to say something?
Oh yeah. Just one final thing, I believe. I'm not saying it because you're going up against us judges per se, but you don't have to accept all POIs.
No. For this, they have to.
Rashana told them to do that.
They
Yeah.
have to.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, this is the hard part. Yes, accepting all of our points of
I would not want to be in that space then.
Yeah.
It's a rough situation, but it's a very it's a situation where you learn a lot. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, with all that said, we now know the 10 teams who will be moving on to round 2 of the MLCA's National Human Rights High School Debate Competition. Those 10 teams rather, Clarendon College, Knox College, Melgrove High School, St. Diego High School, Herbert Morrison Technical High School, Cornwall College, Hampton School, Ocho High School, Wilmer's Boys School, and rounding out that wonderful complement of teams is Campion College. Yes, congratulations to Campion College on securing their position in round 2, and congratulations to all the teams who have participated so far. Teams, stay tuned, look out for the match fixtures and your pairings. You'll be seeing all of this as well as a leaderboard so that you know how it is that you've done. All right, with that said, once again, I thank you all for joining us today, and I wish you a wonderful rest of your day, and we will see you for round 2 of this competition, which will be again streamed live to YouTube next week, Thursday, November 21. All right, ladies and gentlemen, take care.
All right, goodbye, teams. All the best going into the next round.
Take care, everyone.
Everyone, all the best.
Okay, thank you.